never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Around 100 million people on the East Coast are set to face freezing temperatures as a cold front hits the region tonight into Wednesday. In Erie, Pennsylvania, NBC News' Jesse Kirsch says the day started rough.
We've got these brutal wind gusts. They're churning up waters right near Lake Erie, and it's these blasts of cold air combining with the waters out on the Great Lakes that have turned parts of the region into a snow globe.
The National Weather Service says high temperatures are expected to be as much as 20 degrees below average in parts of the Midwest, Great Lakes, and Ohio Valley, as well as areas on the East Coast. A record-breaking 200 million Americans splurged on gifts and goods from Black Friday through Cyber Monday, defying economic concerns. The National Retail Federation reported a 2% increase from the previous year, surpassing expectations for the start of the holiday shopping season. Disgraced South Carolina lawyer Alex Murdaugh was formally sentenced Tuesday for nearly 24 financial crimes. The judge in the case expressed his disgust with Murdaugh stealing from his clients.
You decided that the only juror you're concerned about was your own.
He pled guilty in exchange for a 27-year prison sentence. He appeared in Beaufort County Court apologizing to his victims. Murdaugh stole over $8 million from clients. They include a scheme to steal $4 million in life insurance funds from his late housekeeper. Complete with 98 Christmas trees, 72 wreaths, and 2.8 miles of ribbon, the White House has been transformed into a classic winter wonderland for the holidays. The crown jewels are in the East Wing as Gold Star trees honor fallen soldiers. The Gold Star ornaments are engraved with service members' names, ranks, and dates of death. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer plans to bring a bill tying Israel and Ukraine funding to the floor as soon as next week. President Biden is requesting $106 billion from Congress for Ukraine, Israel, Taiwan, and border funding. House Republicans, meanwhile, want Israel and Ukraine funding to be passed separately. The man accused of killing a professor at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill has been found unfit to stand trial. On Monday, a judge said Tylee Chi has demonstrated delusional thinking, hallucinations, and paranoia. The 34-year-old doctoral student is accused of shooting his academic advisor on campus back in August. The tribute for the late former First Lady Rosalynn Carter is underway, according to Carter's son Chip. Rosalynn, as an individual, instilled belief in him.
My mother was the glue that held our family together through the ups and downs and thicks and thins of our family's politics.
President Biden, former President Clinton, and all living former First Ladies were present. Former President Jimmy Carter, her husband of 77 years, was also in attendance. The 99-year-old Carter, currently in hospice care, is mourning the passing of his wife, who died at age 96. Sports Illustrated says it has deleted several articles from its website after publishing them under fake names and author headshots created with artificial intelligence. Dave Collins, USA News.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229, 800-734-1229.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, what do you say? With a click of a mouse, we are underway. So we will close out another day. That would be a Tuesday. We will turn the page on the calendar. Time zone to time zone, make our way into the 29th day of November. Look out, it's feeling December-like, that's for sure. Kind of bouncing around 16, 18 degrees outside the secret bunker. Welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Hopefully everybody's all settled back in after the Thanksgiving break. I saw 5'7", who's been out a week plus, did finally make it back to the home 20 there in South Carolina this past day. after spending a good week in West Virginia. Looks like you said farewell to West Virginia with a little bit of snow on the ground. Speaking of cold, look at the map there. We've got freeze warnings all the way to the Gulf Coast tonight. Yeah, well into northern portions of Florida, freeze warnings extending from Gainesville, the entire Florida Big Bend area, the Panhandle region. I mean, literally, not often you see these hard freeze warnings reaching all the way to the Gulf Coast, but southern Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, on up to the coastal areas of South Carolina. It's a cold one out there. Yeah, aside from that, there's not a whole lot of precip out there to be concerned with tonight. Most of the country's looking pretty good. We continue to deal with some lake effect snow bands in parts of New York and Michigan tonight. You're not seeing a whole lot there in northeast Ohio and the Erie, PA region. But again, aside from that, most of the country looking pretty good. It's just the cold, reaching for the thermostat, bumping things up. As that first major blast of cold air continues to settle into the east, on into midweek Wednesday here. It'll be not only responsible for some of the lowest temperatures so far, but some of the first freezes of the season. Yeah, while the air coming in, it's not record-breaking cold, but definitely it's a shocker as the temperatures had been running so much warmer for much of November. We hadn't actually dipped below the freezing mark in Washington, D.C. or Atlanta. That all changes tonight. Temperatures are going to bottom out Wednesday morning in the middle to upper 20s in D.C. You will be below the freezing mark there in Atlanta as well. Further south, temperatures dipping near the freezing mark all the way down along the I-10 corridor. Southern Alabama, northern Florida, the coast of Georgia, South Carolina. Of course, where you've got a breeze, which I'm thankful tonight, the winds have definitely calmed. The last couple of nights, the wind has been making it feel so much colder, but it's pretty much dead calm outside the bunker at this hour. But some areas continue to deal with the breezy conditions. Even in the Sunshine State, temperatures dipping into the 40s for the first time this year around Orlando. Wind chills making it feel even colder. As far south as Miami, you may be dropping below the 60-degree mark. New York City, you'll be in the 20s for the first time this season by later Wednesday morning. It's going to feel like the teens as you head out to work or school later Wednesday morning. Winds are forecast to begin easing up by Wednesday evening, but it's still going to be chilly. Temperatures near the freezing mark. As tonight, Wednesday night, will be the tree lighting ceremony at the Rockefeller Center there in Manhattan. Wind chills as low as the single digits in store for the interior Northeast and around much of the Great Lakes in the Midwest. As we mentioned, the lake effect snows continue to impact travel in the typical lake effect regions. Here as we head into the second half of the week, the temperatures begin to recover a bit. Should be closer to where we would normally be this time of year for the eastern third of the nation. In some cases, temperatures may drift a little bit above early December levels. Highs within a few degrees of 50 in store for New York City. Low to middle 50s in the D.C. area, back to the low to middle 60s in the Atlanta metro area. Got to get through this cold Tuesday night into Wednesday morning, though. Now, as I mentioned, as far as precip's concerned, not much of anything happening out there. That's going to begin changing with a pair of storms that will bring some much-needed rain from the Gulf Coast to northward toward the I-40 corridor of the south central and southeastern USA for the second half of the week and on into the upcoming weekend. These storms will accompany the return of warmer conditions after the much colder air early this week. Rain's been gathering over the western central parts of the Gulf Coast since this past Sunday. And an upcoming storm track in the southwest will put that rain, pull it northward over the Gulf Coast states. along with clouds and milder conditions. So as we look ahead, you've got probably another calm day Wednesday. Thursday, Friday, the rain and thunderstorms begin to erupt, expanding from central Texas all the way northward to Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, on over into West Virginia, as well as parts of Florida, Georgia, and the Carolinas, much of the southeast. Many areas will see a general 1 to 2 inches of rain with this, and some will see 2 to 4 inches of rain, locally higher amounts. They're in northeastern Texas, western Louisiana, and southwestern Arkansas. AccuWeather said we could actually even see some 6-inch rainfall totals in this enhanced rain area. Now, there will be the concerns with that much rain about some possible flash flooding. The flash flooding risk will be greatest in thunderstorms that erupt. Some of those thunderstorms could even become severe. All those key ingredients comes together Thursday from central Texas to Louisiana, western Mississippi, southeastern Oklahoma, and southern Arkansas. Now, they're not anticipating a significant severe weather outbreak at this point in time. Should the sun pop out briefly, that could be enough to fuel some damaging thunderstorms, powerful wind gust, flash flooding, and a possibility of a few isolated tornadoes as well, which is getting less and less likely the later into the season we get here. There will be a second storm bringing more flooding rains coming up this weekend. We'll break that down for you soon after those first storms roll out of the southern states. That next system will be poised to spring up over the Gulf Coast, bringing with it yet another round of moisture. So I hope your week's going well. What do we have? Who's on board out of the box? Philly Dan, how you doing? Good morning, crew. Stay safe out there. There's that camel. It must be hump day. Hello, Bidu. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Marianne checks in. Dipsy Driver. Morning, Steve, and the best informed audience. It's 19. Feels like 7 as the winds are howling here in Stockbridge, mid-Michigan. You know why you never see a dog drive a big rig? Well, just like our hardworking drivers, they can't find a barking place. Everybody stay safe out there. Have a great day. Shorty, where are we at? I-77 northbound, Flat Top, West Virginia. Well, checking in with 18 degrees. We are Columbus bound. Miss Millie, hello, Steve, and all the listeners. Hoping everybody had a great Thanksgiving. We're looking at 19 here in my little area of the Bluegrass tonight. Everybody be safe and, as always, be blessed. How about Kentucky Ken? Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew from the Knoxville yard this cold night. It looks like we're going to be departing for South Pittsburgh, Tennessee in a couple of hours. It will be another overnight drive this morning. Safe travels. Kentucky Ken is listening in. All right, good to have you on board. Good afternoon. Hammer down. There's Larry, 31 in Platkill, New York. Round number 2 to Schenectady. So you're actually hanging in there with some of those warmer temperatures. I'll trade you a 31 for a 16. How about that? Eskimo Mom, well, it's back to work for you finally, huh? Happy Monday or hump day, whatever day it is on the calendar. Saying howdy from a Cincinnati store tonight, since I'm back on Tuesday, being my wild day. Finishing up a drop and hook before heading back to the yard, find out what they want me to do next. It's roughly 114 days till spring. Mostly clear and 22 here at the location. Be safe, stay warm, wherever you might be. Buckeye Boy, what's happening in Ackworth, Georgia? Down to 33, almost at the freezing mark there. Gonna head out in the morning around 10, 11 a.m. I'll head it out to the left coast. After my delivery in L.A., it'll be pickup in Commerce, California. Then on to Vegas to unload Tuesday. Then look for something coming back to Georgia on the way back. Hey, we got the tree up. It's all ready to decorate. Outside lights weren't done because I didn't feel all that good. I don't like getting cold. So have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. I'm in the same boat with you there, Buckeye Boy. I did go out to the shed, and at least I drug all the outdoor lights into the house to warm up the cords. You know, working with them cold cords, they don't want to move. And I did see in our forecast we're going to warm up a bit here as we head toward the weekend. So it looks like the pressure will be on. Mr. Summers is going to have to get on the ladder and get some work done. Yeah, coming up later this week and into the weekend. Hello, Jeffrey, New York. Good morning, Steve. Ready for a fabulous show. I hope we can deliver as we kick things off here on a Wednesday at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Here, where we leave off. Yeah, 844-844-3388. At some point, I got a ring from Knucklebuster. He's on, what did he say, 78? Yeah, he's under a flammable load, and they got a fire on the interstate in front of him, so he ain't going nowhere near it. But, yeah, if you get a chance, give us a ring and give us all the details there, Knucklebuster. Hey, your headset sounded good tonight. Let me see here. Starting with the update out of Ohio, the Highway Patrol indeed released their report into the crash that occurred on I-70 earlier this month. Recall it was the high school students that were headed up to an event, killed 6 people, including 3 of those high school students. We're going back to November 14, involving 5 vehicles, including a Pioneer Trails charter bus carrying students and chaperones from the local school there. This is in Licking County, east of Columbus. So all 5 vehicles involved in this were traveling west in the right lane at the time of the crash in the following order from front to back. You had a Volvo semi-trailer up front, followed by a Toyota Highlander, the charter bus, followed by the Nissan Murano, and then lastly a Freightliner semi-truck. According to troopers, all the vehicles were headed west in the right lane. The Toyota, the Nissan, the bus, and the Volvo semi had all slowed down for traffic from a previous accident that had occurred. At that point, that's where the Freightliner came in.
running into the back of the Nissan, pushing it into the back of the bus. The Nissan was actually overridden by the Freightliner before the Freightliner hit the back of the bus. Bus then shoved into the back of the Toyota. Toyota shoved into the Volvo Semi. It's the three individuals that was in the Nissan there, of course, had perished. They were pretty much crushed on impact. The Toyota then traveled into the left lane, causing the bus to hit the Volvo Semi. Now, the speed limit in that area of I-70 is 70 miles per hour. The crash report only listed the speed of the Volvo Semi, which was only going about 10 miles per hour, as all that traffic had slowed to a crawl. Undoubtedly, the Freightliner was going much closer to probably the actual speed limit. Troopers noted the driver of the Freightliner was not under the influence at the time of the crash. All three adults were in the Nissan that were killed. The three students perished, were actually on the bus. The investigation continues with the National Transportation Safety Board. They previously said they expect to release their preliminary report within the coming weeks. So it pretty much unfolded as most of us had anticipated there. So there you go. Knucklebuster, what the heck's going on out there?
I'm on US 78, I-22 here in Olive Branch, Mississippi. I'm on the eastbound side. Looks like I got a car or two on fire up there. I'm under a load of Class 3 hazmat, so I'm not going anywhere near it. I don't feel like burning up in there.
I don't blame you.
I do like, I like the heat, though, but other than that, it's cold down here, too, so I don't know what the temperature is right now. Looks like 42 degrees. How cold are you?
About 16.
I'll take my 42. I'm sorry I even mentioned it there.
Yeah.
I'll call you a little later on there. I don't know. I mean, we got a Tennessee horse in my Bluetooth. This is that thing I was talking on the other night. Is it sounding any better?
It's not too bad. I mean, it's you're coming through fine. It's not as good as your other one, but yeah, you're fine.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna have to go buy another one because she washed it and it don't work.
Oh, you ran it. You had it in your pocket and she ran it through the laundry.
Yeah, I had it in my t-shirt pocket and she washed it. I can hear her fine, but she can't hear me say anything. So,
oh boy,
that's all right. She said I'm made for money. So.
All right. Well, thanks for the update. We'll look forward to hearing from you a bit later on. Give us a full report.
All right, will do. Thanks a lot, Steve. Have a good morning, buddy.
All right, you too. Safe travels there. All right, college football playoffs. Here we go. We got the rankings. Florida State moved back into the top 4. Ohio State dropped 4 spots to the number 6 spot in the latest college football playoff rankings released this past evening. Georgia remains at number 1. Michigan moved up 1 spot to number 2. Washington is now number 3. Obviously, the Wolverines beat the rival Buckeyes Saturday, clinching a top spot in the Big Ten championship game and dealing a big blow to Ohio State's playoff hopes. As we look at it, it was a really good weekend, rivalry weekend. You get a little bit of everything, according to the committee chair, Boo Corrigan. What a great season it's been so far. Now, the Buckeyes, of course, were ranked number 1 in the first college football playoff rankings back on Halloween Day. Ohio State also lost to Michigan last year, but did make it into the playoffs after USC lost in the Pac-12 championship game. There's only one key difference from last year, though. Ohio State dropped to number 5 after that loss to Michigan. This year, they're going to need more help to find their way into the top 4. That would include a Florida State loss to Louisville in the ACC championship game coming up Saturday night in Charlotte. The Seminoles played their first game without starting quarterback Jordan Travis on Saturday against Florida. And while the new starter looked a little shaky at times, Florida State found a way to win 24-15. It's a different team without Jordan Travis, according to Corrigan. Speaking of the Seminoles, but it's more than one player. Obviously, they're a different team without Jordan. A big question that we were looking at headed into this past evening's rankings was how the committee would view the Seminoles with Rodemaker behind center after dropping to number 5 the previous week, based on what the committee said was Washington's stronger strength of schedule. Florida State was able to get back into the top 4 with Ohio State's loss and stay ahead of the 4 one-loss teams stacked up behind. That's seemingly good news for their playoffs hopes should they remain undefeated. Every conference championship game this weekend is bound to have playoff implications, starting with the SEC championship, Georgia versus Alabama, number 1 versus number 8 in Atlanta. That'll be on Saturday. Pac-12 championship, Washington versus Oregon, Friday night. Likely to produce one playoff team as well. We'll pick up there when we come back and get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Hamas released an additional 12 hostages as part of the extended ceasefire with Israel. The temporary pause in fighting was prolonged for an extra 2 days. 30 Palestinian detainees, including 15 women and 15 minor males, are set to be released from Israeli prisons. GOP Congressman Ronnie Jackson is urging President Biden to undergo a cognitive test.
Look at what's going on right now domestically. I mean, what he's done to our country, and he's not in control. He does not know what's going on.
The former White House physician, a Texas Republican who previously provided President Trump with perfect health scores, expressed concern about the 81-year-old commander-in-chief, suggesting that the situation may be too challenging for him to manage. This might be the best bowl game of the year, and whichever team wins the Pop-Tarts Bowl this year gets to eat a giant Pop-Tart. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration cleans. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, good to have you with us as we roll into midweek here. Picking up where we left off, looking toward championship weekend. Now, we left off with the Pac-12 championship, Washington versus Oregon. One of those will be a playoff team. Huskies beat the Ducks earlier this year, 36-33, a game that went down to the final play. Now, according to the ESPN report, Oregon's had a far more decisive wins than Washington down the stretch. If the Ducks win as the highest-ranked one-loss team, they would all but assuredly be in. Corrigan said Oregon has continued to dominate with the season that the Ducks quarterback Bo Nix is having. They've continued to impress with both the offense and the defense. Of course, Michigan goes on to play number 16 Iowa. That's the Big Ten championship game Saturday. A win, and the Wolverines would have their third straight football playoff appearance. As for the Big 12 championship game Saturday, Texas versus Oklahoma State. Longhorns need to win and hope for some help from the above games as well. Tulane remains the top-ranked Group of 5 school at number 22. The Green Wave play SMU in the AAC championship game Saturday. A win would all but ensure a spot in a New Year's Six game for the second straight year there. Obviously, the final football playoff rankings will be announced coming up Sunday at high noon Eastern time. Who's going to be where? What do you say, Big Ed?
So if Ohio State's number six?
Six.
Who's number 5?
Oh, who was it? Let's see. I lost my picture here.
Because I'm seeing that they need help from 2 different teams to get in, or 2 different losses. Florida.
Yeah.
Because so They need Alabama to beat Georgia, but that's probably going to – where's Alabama rated? 8?
8th.
So that tells me if Alabama can knock off Georgia, that should slide Ohio State right in. Because they're not going to be able to go over Oregon or Washington.
Okay.
Oregon or Washington, one of them two is going to be in it. Guaranteed. All right. So with Ohio State being 6, and Alabama has been far down 8, I don't see, if they beat Georgia, I don't see them jumping Ohio State, even though Ohio State's not playing.
Okay, so they've got Oregon is number 5. So you got Oregon and Washington. One of the, the winner there obviously is going to move on, right?
Right. Correct.
Okay.
So we're based on what I'm hearing and seeing, because let's say Florida State loses to Louisville, then it's going to go to Ohio State or Texas if Texas beats Oklahoma State, the way I'm seeing it. Now, if Texas loses, then it'll be Ohio State sliding in there at that spot. You see what I'm saying?
Okay. Boy, that's
the way I'm seeing it. So they're going to need help from Louisville and Oklahoma State. Really 3. Oklahoma State, Louisville, and Alabama. They'll slide right on in. Did I confuse you?
Well, but if Alabama wins, I mean, if Alabama were to beat Georgia.
Yeah, but I don't see them. Even if Alabama wins, with the same scenario that I'm talking about, then Alabama could go ahead and slide in too. And then you'd have Alabama, Ohio State, Washington, or Oregon. And then I'm missing one here. My brain is starting. This midnight thing is starting to eat my lunch. Yeah, I'm missing one there. But I just know if Texas loses, all right, that's going to help Ohio State. If Florida loses, that to me should shove Ohio State right on in there. Even if Alabama wins, oh yeah, that's the spot. Alabama will go in too. It should be. So it'll be Alabama, Ohio State. Kind of starting. Steve, where am I missing something here?
Georgia, Alabama. I mean, because if Alabama wins, Georgia, would they drop out of the top 4 even?
To me, they would. You let a number 8 beat them. That's not going to look good. Same thing with Michigan. Oh, that's where I'm losing my train of thought. If Michigan lets
Iowa
number 16 beat them, then they're not going to get in there. Not going to happen. Ohio State will jump Michigan. Because then you're going to start getting into the strength of schedule. See, that lowers their strength of schedule.
Mm-hmm.
Number 8 beating a number 1, that's going to lower. But the number 1's going to help Alabama, where the number 16 will help Ohio State based on strength of schedule. And Louisville, what's their rank?
14.
See, that's going to help Ohio State. Yeah, it ain't going to be decided till that last game is played Saturday.
Okay.
Or we'll who all plays Friday? Oregon and Washington. That it?
I believe that's all I saw Friday's game. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not going to be decided until the last game. And I think Monkey Gouger is going to be right, but Ohio State, based on what I'm seeing, needs help from 2, but at the same time, if they get help from 3, they're in it. Because Oklahoma State, what's their rank?
18.
22?
18.
There you go. So, but Texas, if they win, then Ohio State really needed to help a 3 versus Texas loses. 2 will get them in there, or maybe even 1. No, 2. It'll take 2 to get them in there. Yeah, trust me.
So Ohio State, like many of us, are going to be glued to the TV all weekend long, pulling for different teams to help them. They're going to watch it all from the couch.
Yeah. Guarantee you I'm going to be watching it. So, based on my theory, I'm going to say Ohio State, Alabama,
Michigan.
No. Texas and Oregon. Yeah. Texas, Oregon, Alabama, Ohio State.
And that would be a major, major shuffle.
Bingo. Write it down, Steve.
Okay.
If I know.
All right. That's all I can say. And boy, oh boy, you're talking big flip-flop in the final week.
Yeah, I've been thinking about it. I've been looking at it all day long. Trust me, I've had nothing but time to study it. Yeah, that's who I have picked. Alabama, Ohio State, Texas, and Oregon. Big time shuffle. That makes for exciting football.
Oh, it will, yeah. No doubt.
So write it down. Let's see if I'm right. Or it'd be time to put up or shut up. What do you think?
Well, Ed, I saw where yesterday was kind of a day for you that you never forget, huh? Made it through?
Oh, my God, Steve. Yeah, I'll tell you what. That's, my whole, after 13 years, that's that one day. And I don't know, it's like a darkness. It just, about 3 o'clock, it hit me, and man, I was looking, and I'm being serious, a heart attack. I'm looking for a rope to hang myself. That's how bad it gets. And it just goes up and maybe it's a psychological thing. I don't know. But it just goes up until the point it gets dark. And once it gets dark, I'm back to normal.
Huh.
It's a real deal. It's just one thing that I've never been able to shake. And that's November the 28th. And about 4:30, that's when I got that phone call, and then my whole world just flipped upside down. And it goes deeper than that. But it's just like I don't care what I'm doing, it's going to hit me. And it gets ugly, anxiety-wise.
But you're telling me 13 years. It seems so much shorter than that.
It does, but you know what? You know, the initial trauma of what took place, I eventually got over the PTSD that I suffered through. I got over all that. But that one day, that 1 hour, that one time, that phone call, maybe it's the shadows, the way they fall. I was staying busy all day, and then about 3 o'clock, the gloom hit me like a freight train. And my insides, I'm wanting to find a rope to hang myself because it just makes you sick. But I'm not telling you I'm going to commit suicide. Every year it happens, and I just have to fight through it. But once that sun goes down, then I come back out of it. It's almost hypnotic, is what it is. And I could sit here, I wish I could write a book because it goes much deeper than that of what took place from that point up until, I'm going to say, May of 2011. It was almost like it was a personal battle for me. Now, we're talking about me, of fighting death. It was almost a personal battle. And then from May of 2011 up until I lost her, it was a spiritual journey of which I can't describe.
Yeah.
If that makes sense to you. But that one day, I mean, I don't want you thinking I'm running around out here contemplating suicide, something like that. I'm not.
Right. It's
just I no longer live the trauma of what took place that first 6 months of that journey, but that one day, I can't beat it. I cannot shake it. I don't know. I don't even think counseling would do anything. Because, I'm sitting there all day not even trying to do my level best not to think about it, and then 3 o'clock, boom, it hit me.
Yeah.
And I knew what was happening. And I'm serious. I'm thinking, my God, if I can find a rope, I'd hang myself. Because it just gets that bad. But my faith is what pulls me through it. I start praying about it. But when that sun goes down, it's like a big relief that comes over me, because then I'm through it. Well, that's about it. Other than that, right now, I feel like $1 million.
I'm glad to hear that. So
Steve.
You made it through year number 13, so.
Yes, sir. But I get to listen to my buddy Steve. That helps. You're good medicine. Steve, I appreciate you, and we'll talk at you later. But write it down. Let's see if I'm right.
Big Ed calling for big shuffling in the college football playoffs come next Sunday. We shall find out. Hello, Pappy. 18 degrees in the far side of southwest Hamilton County. I'm a tad late. Duty calls. Some actually have to work for a living. Like all you hard-working truck drivers out there on the road delivering us all the goods that we need to stay alive. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Let's go. What day is it? What day is it? Dial us up at 844-844-3388. Get the party started. Are you with me? Yeah, I hope the hidden secret bumper deep beneath the Earth's crust is warm and toasty tonight, because it's a tad bit nipply out here. No doubt about it, yes. I've got the backup heat working there, Pappy, and I guarantee he's got his long johns on. It's that time of year. Hello, Anita. Good morning, Steve. Have a good night, she said. Tell Lisa I said hello. Will do. Thank you very much. We shall return into Scarecrow. We didn't even hear from Scarecrow last night. That must have been a busy night. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, good morning to Pastor Dan from Amelia, Ohio. Good to have you with us, Dan. Hello to Kevin. Just checking in. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Buckeye Boy. Following up on our conversation with Big Ed. He's going to be on the road heading for the West Coast, right? He said, I'll be listening into these games on the radio, pulling for a lot of upsets. Of course, he wants his Buckeyes to move on. What's going on, Scarecrow?
Well, Steve, we got to set knucklebuster straight a little bit on the use of these communicators and such to begin with here. Now, there's a difference between hearing and listening. And if Tennessee has chosen to, she's maybe hearing, but maybe not listening. The listening part, that's where the comprehension comes into play there. So she's maybe chosen not to truly understand what he's saying there.
A little case of selective hearing is what my wife refers to me as. Yeah.
That kind of, we hear that usually works the other way, but there's nothing to say that that won't work on the he said, she said thing direction either, But that ought to give him something to think about while he's sitting down there now. I walked out of the crow's nest to leave last night, Steve, and I'm admiring that moon up there and beaming down through some wood and the stove out there. The closer we got to showtime here, Steve, I got to thinking, wait a minute here. What if that ain't the bat signal up there? It could be after last night's program that, we knew the bat signal was out there last night, Steve, but it just did not work out on my end. I do apologize. I really thought I could squeeze one in there, but no. So I figured, for tonight's program, I better get on board right from the start there and make sure I don't drop the ball again. My thoughts are as far as that Christmas decorating you got to do there. Now, we've heard that Joe and Jill, they've just knocked it out at the White House in fine fashion in real short order, Steve. Maybe you should swing that bat signal over to the east-southeast there a little bit. They'll see that, and they'll come bearing gifts of gold and francs and myrrh and incense. And
can I get Joe to climb? Can I get Joe to climb the ladder and put the star on top of the tree?
Well, as long as I'm trying to think, is that the Grinch that stole Christmas? Does he do that too, or maybe Hunter can come along, and as long as Jill is standing at the bottom bracing that ladder, everything should work out fine on that end, Steve. Steve, I've mentioned in the past how, if a person remembers his wedding anniversary, he is going to score points. And if he remembers the actual number of years he's been married, there is bonus points, if not maybe even physical gain to be had out of this. Well, we're not talking anniversaries now, Steve, but for comparative purposes here, my bride, she traded vehicles here about 3-4 weeks back. Got another Equinox, but it has all the bells and whistles. I guess the only thing it doesn't have is the skylight. And so she's learning all about the do's and don'ts and how to get all this in operation and whatnot. She's came well acquainted to the heated seat right from the start. Now, we had, yesterday morning, we had about 5 degrees at the crow's nest and lower teens the day before. So yeah, she's come to appreciate that. Well, I had mentioned to her a day prior to this, you have a heated steering wheel on this car now. And she looked at me. It does? So I pointed that out, and she come home yesterday, Steve, and she was just beaming and, that is awesome. And I think she likes it, Steve.
How about that?
Whether there's anything to be gained on my end, that is yet to be shown. But it was appreciated, I have to believe. But no, strange. We've had bitter taste of the cold, and now it's supposed to hold at about 22 overnight and actually start warming up. They say low mid 40s for us today, but with the snow cover on the ground, it's going to be hard to push it that high and all. But so anyway, where was we going to go? Last week, was it about a week back when that airliner over the Pacific had some individual tried opening the emergency door?
Mm-hmm.
About a week and a half back. Well, it kind of stuck in my mind as a Korean Air, and that happened to be the airline that the kids were going to fly from Korea to Australia on.
Ah, gotcha. Right. And hey, we got to pause there, though, for the news break, top of the hour.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Missile fired from a rebel-controlled area in Yemen towards a Navy warship, the USS Mason, were not intended for the vessel. That's according to Pentagon Press Secretary Pat Ryder.
The vessels were not the intended targets. That said, I can't speak for what the intended target was.
The U.S. is committed to protecting its forces and will take necessary measures. Though no specific strikes have been forecasted, the incident follows numerous attacks on U.S. entities in the region amid the Israel-Hamas conflict. For the first time in 3 months, Americans are expressing increased optimism about the economy. The Consumer Confidence Index from the Conference Board experienced a 3-point rise in November. However, a lower number of consumers are planning to make significant purchases, such as homes and automobiles, in the next 6 months, largely due to persistently high interest rates. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell emphasizes that addressing the Biden administration's border crisis is a first step to improving border security.
On President Biden's watch, record-setting illegal migration has strained border protection facilities and personnel to their breaking point.
On the Senate floor, he said illegal migration has created an urgent need for reform in the asylum and parole systems. McConnell insists on implementing meaningful policy changes for the southern border before any additional national security legislation can be considered by the Senate. Tonight marks the conclusion of the group play stage for the NBA's in-season tournament. The 8-game slate will determine the remaining 4 group winners. 6 group winners and 2 wildcard teams will progress to the quarterfinals scheduled for next week. The Indiana Pacers and Los Angeles Lakers have secured their spots in the knockout rounds. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
A Southwest Airlines passenger is undergoing evaluation at a hospital after using a plane's emergency exit hatch at Louis Armstrong New Orleans International Airport. The incident occurred on the Skyway while the plane was stationary, with the man climbing onto the wing before being apprehended on the tarmac. Sports Illustrated has removed multiple articles from its website admitting they were published under fake names and AI-generated author headshots. Futurism's report revealed that lack of evidence for the author's existence and identified the headshots for sale on digital marketplaces. Texas Governor Greg Abbott completed a tandem skydiving jump with 106-year-old World War II veteran Al Blaschke in the San Marcos area. Both made separate jumps, with Blaschke setting a world record for the oldest man to do a tandem jump in 2020, repeating his feat from his 100th birthday in 2017. The tribute for former First Lady Rosalynn Carter is in progress. Judy Woodruff, former PBS NewsHour anchor, expressed initial nervousness about her relationship with Rosalynn.
There was always something genuine about Mrs. Carter, a groundedness and a quiet self-assurance despite what she later wrote about her early struggles with public speaking.
President Biden, along with former President Obama and Clinton and all living former First Ladies, is in attendance. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
What do you say? We'll kick off hour number 2. Welcome in, welcome aboard. As we're making our way into that 29th day of November. Yeah, we like to call it Hump Day, right? All right, we left off with Scarecrow. You're talking about someone trying to open the emergency hatch on a plane. I've heard that that's almost impossible due to the cabin pressure when the plane's actually in flight. But are you getting to the scenario about the guy that actually did open the hatch on the plane there the other day in New Orleans?
No, it was the first scenario that you just mentioned there, Steve. I sent the story, to both of my boys. I knew they'd already seen it or whatnot, but it's funny. Stewie, he said, "Well, Dad, that was not going to happen. At altitude, 35,000, they said the cabin's pressurized about 8 pounds psi. Well, he was like, you can take and run the numbers. If you got a door, say about 15 square feet of area, you run those numbers, you got like 16,000 pounds, of force.
Right.
Thinking about here. Either way, and the door actually has to move inward before they're able to pivot it, to swing it out. So yeah, that is not going to happen. And you're thinking about, that was 5-6 years back. Remember the shroud on, that was a Southwest flight. The shroud on one of the engines, it broke the window, and that woman or a girl got sucked into,
out,
if not out the window.
Yeah.
And of course that's a misnomer. She got pushed out is what happened. The airflow, to the window, it stuck her to it at that point, and it was actually the pressure that would have wedged her in there. But and when you think about the size of a window and for a human being to be plugging that window like that, ooh, that's nasty. But so yeah, that was not, he was not going to escape out that door by any means. Although I'm sure any of the passengers witnessing that would have been a little uneasy and all. And let's see, I'll throw one other at you before you bail out here. Since day one, when the country heard that Dolly Parton was being inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, is there anybody that was able to figure out at that time how much sense that made, given all the other performers that were due to be installed, but were never nominated or such? Well, she just released her first rock and roll album.
Yes.
She was on the news last night, and she said if she's going to be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, she's going to get there honestly. And her report was the album it's at number 3 right now. So it was interesting to see her kind of working the rock and roll end of things with a song or whatnot.
Right.
And it's funny, that story followed right on the tail of she did the halftime at one of the games last weekend. And
Cowboys.
I misunderstood when you and Captain Ron were talking about that. I thought it was another girl that sounded like Dolly Parton performing. I thought that's what you two were talking about.
Yeah,
so,
it was the Dolly Parton, yes.
Yeah, I seen her on the news last night there. She had their Dallas Cowgirls, cheerleader outfit on, and I told Captain Ron he's gonna have to do more than change, into high heels if he's gonna perform like she does. Yeah, there's a whole lot more going on there that I think he's gonna be able to cover. So, Steve, we're gonna leave it alone now. We'll help you close out the program later on, but we're gonna go see a man about a little fuel.
There you go.
So.
Fill her up.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Joining in.
Thank you so much, Scarecrow. Yeah, look at it, 11 past the hour. All right, we have for the 8th time in the past 10 weeks, the Department of Energy Information Administration benchmark diesel price down once again. Latest average weekly retail diesel is now at $4.14 a gallon, down about 6.3 cents over the past week. Now, this week's price, the benchmark for most fuel surcharges, Actually, the lowest since July 31st. It's been down 5 consecutive weeks since September 18, when the price began that streak of 8 declines in 10 weeks. It is now down 44.7 cents. Crude prices have been declining most of the month. The global crude benchmark Brent settled on November 1st at $84.63 a barrel. It had settled as low as $77.42 a barrel on the 16th before a slight rebound, but the market has dropped the last 3 days. And Monday's 74-cent per barrel decline put the price back under $80, just barely, at $79.98. The benchmark, the backdrop in the market, though, this past week is the upcoming meeting in Vienna of the OPEC Plus member nations. That meeting was to take place on Sunday. That's been delayed till Thursday. That's been seen by much of the market as a sign that the group is, as they are facing declining prices and supply and demand models headed into 2024 that project more weakness. They can't decide which course of action to take, apparently. Now, a headline on a Bloomberg report from Vienna summed up the dilemma. Saudi Arabia seeks OPEC Plus oil quota cuts, but some OPEC Plus members are resisting that. Saudi Arabia, the leader, has been making a largely unilateral supply cutback of 1 million barrels a day since July, and they're now looking for some further support from across the other OPEC countries. Now, the 1 million barrel per day cut refers to the reduction implemented by Saudi Arabia in July on top of the 1.16 million barrel per day reduction that the larger OPEC Plus group put in place back in May. So right now, you do the math, we're at 2.16 million barrels per day being withheld from the market by OPEC Plus. Saudi Arabia wants further cuts. They don't want prices coming down. Yes, the higher the price per barrel, the happier they. They prefer something in the 90 to 100 per barrel range. That is their preference, and they'll do what they can do to try and keep prices there. Let me see here. Back to the phones we go. Is that Gilligan?
No.
This
is Eagle.
Eagle. All right. I apologize. It says take this on the screen. How you been, Eagle? It's the first time we heard from you this week.
What did you say it say on the phone?
Take this.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know how I came up with that.
That's all right. Don't worry.
I've been pretty busy. I got sick over the Thanksgiving holiday, so my holiday didn't go too good for some reason. I don't know how I ended up catching a flu or a cold or something. But so I'm getting ready to leaving Texas right now, getting back on the road again. But my Thanksgiving didn't go too good for me. But at least I got home. Yeah, can you still hear me?
Oh, yeah, we got you. Sorry about your... they ain't nothing like being sick on a holiday, right? That sucks.
Yeah. I got some kind of flu or something. I don't know what it was. But, yeah, I feel a little bit better now. They trying to rush me back out on the road. I wanted to stay a couple more days, but they wanted me to get back on the road again, unfortunately. So, yeah, I'm back out here rolling. But, yeah, Steve, I got a couple things I want to talk about with you. College football deal about Ohio State situation. Ohio State, the fans, I know that they want to win ball games. I know that they love football and this and that, and they're used to winning games. But what they're doing right now to the coach, Ryan Day, is uncalled for. This guy here is and I'm not no Ohio State fan. This guy here is one of the best coaches in college football. He's taken Ohio State to 10 wins,
the last 2 or 3 years in a row. And he lost to Michigan, but he's not the only coach that's lost to Michigan. And the thing that the Ohio State fans don't seem to understand, Steve, is they say if they run him out of town, who they gonna bring in? Who are they gonna bring in? Who's available? That's what these people need to be asking themselves at Ohio State. Who is available that can help them get over the top and beat Michigan? There's nobody out there, because if it was, he would already have a job. So they better be thankful for what they got and be happy that Ryan Day is a good coach and he's doing the best he can with what he has. And, he fell short, but there's next year. And like I said, there's a lot of teams that wish they can win 10 ball games a year. So that's the way I look at the situation with Ohio State. There's a whole lot of teams that lucky if they won 2 or 3 ball games. So Ohio State, unless they got somebody else lined up that they think they can do a better job than him, they better stick with what they got, because they could end up with bringing in another guy and end up in a worse situation than they got now. Now, as far as the college football deal goes, like I said, I think we're going to have a lot of controversy this year because, first of all, when it boils down, a lot of people in Alabama want Alabama to get in, but they don't realize that they lost to Texas. And if Texas goes on and wins their last game, Texas has the upper hand on Alabama. Alabama is way too far back. They're in 7th or 8th right now. There's no way in hell that they think they can skip over all these teams. Like I say, I don't really believe, like I heard one guy say, I don't really believe that Florida State nor Washington, I don't think those teams are a quality team. They just happen to be in a weak division, and they luck it out. If they were playing in the Big Ten or the SEC, I guarantee you they wouldn't win 10 games like they winning right now, 11 games or whatever their record is. So they luck it out. So as far as I'm concerned, I would overlook them. I would go ahead and go with if I would look Georgia, I'd go with Georgia, and then I would go with put Texas in, then I put Oregon, and then maybe Ohio State or either Michigan. That's how it should go. And as far as these other schools, their record is not strong enough to get in as far as I'm concerned. So we'll see how that turns out. But like I said, they're gonna have a lot of controversy, but they won't have no controversy next year because they're going to a new system.
Right.
So this will be the last year. This will be the last year that we have to discuss, who got screwed out of the deal and who didn't get screwed. But somebody's probably gonna get screwed this year out of the top 4 teams. I can see that happening. But yeah, Steve, I wanted to talk about a couple other things with you right quick, and I wanted to say, Donald Trump. I know Donald Trump is not a well-liked man in the United States by certain people and other people, but you have to overlook things, Steve. Sometimes you have to do the right thing, and I don't know if you noticed today at Jimmy Carter's wife funeral or whatever you want to call it, that Donald Trump was not present there. Donald Trump was not there. Okay. But it's okay for Hillary Clinton, a known criminal, and her crooked husband, Bill Clinton. I saw him in attendance at this deal for Rosalynn Carter. Now you're going to tell me that Bill and Hillary Clinton should be there, but Donald Trump shouldn't be there. So, and this is not the first time Donald Trump has been overlooked for a funeral, Steve. When the other guy got buried, the other president that died, Bush died a couple of years ago, Donald Trump was not invited. He was told not to show up. Now, this guy here, he's the president of the United States. It doesn't matter whether you like the guy or not. He should be offered the opportunity to go to a funeral, because there's only 40 or 50 presidents we've ever had in America, Steve. And to kick him, to choke a man out of the situation like that is just totally wrong. Just because you don't agree with what he says or what his stance is, and I really don't like. It's not a good look for America for these people to be not inviting former presidents, and you invite people like Bill and Hillary there. I got a problem with that, and a lot of American people should have a problem with that, Steve. Because we have more problems than what we need to do. But one thing that's really a pressing issue right now, Steve, is this situation over in Israel. Now, this situation is getting real dangerous now. I don't know who this loser was. I listened just a few minutes ago on your news break. Some guy had the nerve to say, they said that a rocket was fired at a Navy ship today or yesterday, but they don't think the rocket wasn't intended to hit that ship. Now, why would he say something so stupid like that? If they're launching missiles, Steve, they're trying to attack an American warship. And this guy comes on I just heard him on your news broadcast saying that he doesn't think this was intentional. How can he come out and say something so stupid? They want to attack one of our Navy ships. They would love to sink one of our Navy ships if they get the opportunity. And these people that represent America, they need to come out and tell the American people the truth, because these are American kids and that are risking their life to go over there, and their families and their mothers and fathers deserve to know what is really going on with this situation. And because this is a dangerous situation, and Joe Biden needs to let people know that these people are trying to attack our Navy that's overseas, trying to protect America and protect Israel. And Joe Biden, he owes the American people that, if he doesn't know if anything else. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right. Yeah, I heard that clip on the news. Yeah, all I know is, how did he try to say that those missiles were not directed toward either the naval ship or the other ship that they were actually assisting at the time? They said, we can't divulge. Like, there's more to the story. Well, I don't know. What else was out there? That would be the question. Or is he trying to say it was just they were trying to be provocative, a provocation to see how we would respond? Don't know. But I get where you're coming from there. You go, yes, there's a lot we don't know. But we'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, what do you say? Hope your week's going well. News break just around the corner here. See what's going on with Hillbilly this Wednesday morning. What do you say?
Good morning, Steve. I'll tell you who makes the playoffs Sunday night. How's that?
All right. You say, who's going to make it? All right. Who's it going to be?
Yeah. I said I'll tell you Sunday night.
Oh, okay. Yeah, after the noon announcement Sunday. Okay.
Yeah. There's so many variables to happen that I don't think anybody can predict it right now on any given Saturday or whenever they play.
And I mean, the fact that the committee also looks at, they look at the whole strength of schedule thing, and whether you want to believe it or not, they look at which teams are, who has the teams that will have fans that can afford to travel to Texas or California. They want people that have the money to travel to fill those games up.
That's right. They don't want no empty stands there.
Mm-hmm.
But reason I call, I was at the terminal Monday and yesterday, and one of my drivers that runs out there in Iowa, she was telling me that there have been 2 missing truckers on the same stretch of road in the last couple of weeks. The last one was, I guess, Monday morning. A long-nosed Peterbilt hauling pigs said it wasn't completely pulled off the road there. His wallet and phone was in the cab, and I don't know, about 100 yards away they found his jacket, but they can't find him no more. And like a month earlier, there was another one that went missing about the same stretch of road.
Really?
71, like State Route 71 there in Iowa. You can do a Google search of that. I found it by this missing trucker Iowa, and it popped right up. So, but I mean, it just kind of, it almost like they pulled over to help somebody and they jumped them or something.
Something's amiss, in other words. Okay.
Right. So I know Lauren Reese goes out that way a lot, and other cattle or livestock haulers, and kind of keep your eyes open. So, and it's been happening. It happens in the middle of the night. So, but I just figure I'd give everybody a heads up about that.
Okay, I did a quick search here, and I have a couple of stories here. One from Radio Iowa. I guess they spent the Thanksgiving weekend looking for the guy, right? Because he's been missing since the 21st.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, hey, you put in the blanks for me if you don't mind, and have a good show there, and everybody be safe.
Thank you so much, Hillbilly. Very good. Yeah, we'll I'll pull that up and see what other details we can throw your way coming up here. First, we'll get a news break. What do we see here? 29 past the hour. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. Hamas released an additional 12 hostages as part of the extended ceasefire with Israel. The temporary pause in fighting was prolonged for an extra 2 days. 30 Palestinian detainees, including 15 women and 15 minor males, are set to be released from Israeli prisons. GOP Congressman Ronnie Jackson is urging President Biden to undergo a cognitive test.
Look at what's going on right now domestically. I mean, what he's done to our country, and he's not in control. He does not know what's going on.
The former White House physician, a Texas Republican who previously provided President Trump with perfect health scores, expressed concern about the 81-year-old commander-in-chief, suggesting that the situation may be too challenging for him to manage. This might be the best bowl game of the year, and whichever team wins the Pop-Tarts Bowl this year gets to eat a giant Pop-Tart. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, here's what I could find in regards to the missing truck driver. An update from just a few hours ago, the Iowa Department of Criminal Investigation has taken up the search for David Schultz, a Wall Lake man who's been missing for more than a week now. They will assist the Sac County Sheriff's Office and the Lakeview Police Department in the search for Schultz. Now, Schultz left the family home on the evening of November 20th. Scheduled to pick up a load of pigs from Eagle Grove and deliver them to Sac City. He never made it to his destination to pick up the next load. The semi was found at 71 north of Old Highway 20 between Sac City and Early, but he wasn't found with it. The truck was found unlocked, parked in the middle of the road. The trailer was still full of livestock. It was identified that Schultz's cell phone, wallet, and cash were in his truck. His coat located in a nearby ditch. An investigation was started. Dogs as well as planes with thermal imaging assisted in the search. Family, friends, community members gathered to help search in the vicinity where the truck was located. Search parties started west of Highway 4. For the Midwest team being led for the United Cajun Nations. Jake Raleigh started leading the search parties last Friday of 150 volunteers with a dozen horses canvassed the areas in Wright, Webster, Calhoun, and Sac counties. The Iowa Department of Criminal Investigations made the call to step in on Monday this week. That's going to change the way we approach this situation from now on out, according to Raleigh. We're going to treat ourselves as an asset to them if needed, but we will allow them to be in charge and make the calls needed to bring Dave home. Schultz is approximately 5'11" tall, 180 pounds, brown hair, brown eyes, last known to be wearing Wrangler blue jeans, cowboy boots, and a Peterbilt hat. Sarah Schultz said she saw her husband at about 7:30 p.m. That would have been on Monday a week ago. According to the interview with the Sioux City Journal, she was informed on Tuesday morning that Dave was supposed to transport that load of feeder pigs, but never arrived. She called her husband repeatedly Tuesday morning, never got an answer. That's pretty much all they know. A GoFundMe has been set up to help the family as the search continues. Any information of Schultz's whereabouts can be reported to the Lakeview Police Department. Misinfo that is obviously something amiss, right? You leave your phone, your wallet, everything in the truck, and then you find your jacket, your coat found in the ditch. All right, so prayers for that family, right? Meanwhile, Shorty threw my way. How about that? I had not caught that yet, but I went over to spaceweather.com, and sure enough, we're rapidly approaching the peak of this, I believe, the 7-year solar cycle. A lot of sunspots and solar flares. And apparently we've had a proverbial flurry of solar flares. Three, maybe four coronal mass ejections are headed toward the Earth following the series of explosions on the sun this week. Estimated time of arrival, November 30 to December 1. So somewhere between Thursday into Friday. The biggest of the CMEs launched this past day could sweep up some of the earlier, smaller ones, which could form what they're calling a cannibal CME, capable of sparking strong G3-class geomagnetic storms with mid-latitude aurora borealis. Now, that big flare yesterday was an M-class, M9.8, so almost an X-class. X is the largest on the scale, so just a percentage point below the category X. I take you over to, where was it, Fox News that had more on the story, I believe. Space weather forecasters say a powerful M-class solar flare created high-frequency radio blackouts on Tuesday, and multiple eruptions from the sun have prompted geomagnetic storm watches. Yesterday, Space Prediction Center announced a M9.8 flare, as I mentioned, created a moderate high-frequency radio blackout event, and the associated flare was recorded by NOAA's GEOS 19 satellite. High radio degradation was possible over the eastern portions of the South Pacific when the flare was in progress. Now, because of all the recent activity, it's possible for more M-class flares and a slight chance even for an X-class flare. Solar flares are classified by their strength with 5 categories, designated by letters. Now, the M and X-class flares are the strongest. An X-class flare, the largest explosion, can produce as much energy as 1 billion atomic bombs. Wow. The Space Weather Prediction Center said more associated solar eruptions are also earthbound. At least 3 CMEs occurred on Sunday, sending clouds of plasma from the sun toward the Earth. CMEs take anywhere from 1 to 3 days to reach the Earth's atmosphere. But when multiple eruptions from the sun happen, one event can overtake the other, producing kind of back-to-back solar storms. Forecasters expect the first impacts from the solar particles to arrive as early as Wednesday evening as a potential glancing blow or near Earth, with the next round of solar wind arriving with at least glancing blows by Thursday. NOAA has a 5-point rating scale for solar storms ranging from G1 to G5. Models suggesting G1 levels possible on Thursday, G2 on Friday as additional CMEs arrive. All right, for most of us, a geomagnetic storm doesn't really have any impact, but a strong G3 storm can actually cause some intermittent disruption to satellite navigation and low-frequency radio navigation. NOAA issues space weather forecasts to help spacecraft operators and the power providers around the country to prepare their systems for a potential impact. Now, for the public, a solar storm can actually be an exciting thing because of the aurora borealis, the northern lights. Those dancing lights common around the poles, but when you get a strong solar storm, they can appear at much lower latitudes. All right, thanks for the heads up, Shorty. Back to the phones, and Carl, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Steve. I appreciate you for taking my call. Thank you very much. Out here in this cold air this morning, headed up north into Ohio. It's about 17 degrees, 16 degrees right now, and it's probably going to be a little bit colder north of Cincinnati this morning. So, yeah, we're looking for a winter here, aren't we? So, but getting into the things about what's going on there, I'll get back to college football here in a little bit. But I'm talking about the call you got last night. I'm a regular listener. I listen every night, and may not call in very much, but I like to listen in. I heard Mr. Douglas call in last night, and he's trying to say that people shouldn't be saying that Mike Pence supposedly had some kind of authority to overthrow the election. Well, that's just going a bit too far, Douglas, okay? We all know, we've got common sense. We know that Mike Pence didn't have authority to overthrow the election, okay? Hello. Give us a break, Douglas. Mike Pence does come out and lie. He openly lies, and the American people found out through his little speeches that he was saying the same thing that Douglas was saying. But Mike Pence did have authority to send that vote back to the states and to allow the states to decide whether or not there was election improprieties and to certify the election. Okay? So, yes, January 6th had a riot. It was not an insurrection. Okay? Let's get that perfectly clear, too, as well. It was not an insurrection. Those people did not go there to overthrow the government.
Correct.
Okay? Let's just get some things correct here. All right? So they went there to protest the election. And, yeah, some things did get a bit out of hand. But 6 police officers did not die that day, the way Schumer will tell you, the way other Democrats will tell you. Okay? That's a false, it is just totally a lie. All right? There was one person killed that day, and actually there were two women were killed that day. There was another woman other than Ashley Babbitt. I can't think of her name, but she was another person that got killed that was a Trump supporter there that very day that did get killed. And that's been swept under the rug a little bit, but if you look it up, there you will find that. There's another woman that got killed. She was a Trump supporter. I can't think of her name.
Okay.
But Ashley Babbitt was clearly.
I'm not familiar with that one, so I can't.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. If you got some time there, you'll find it. It's in there. you'll say, okay, were there two Trump supporters killed at the January 6th riots? It'll come up. It'll pop up.
Okay.
Ashley Babbitt was one of them. Okay. And Ashley Babbitt was actually brutally murdered by the policeman who got up from his seat. He was in a seat, in a chair, okay, behind the glass in there, and I watched the video completely of it when they had it posted right after it happened, and then they eventually took it down because too many people were appalled by it.
Right.
But he got up, and he shot her point-blank range, and he took aim at her neck. You could see his aim was directly to murder her, and he shot her right in the neck and in the jugular vein. He's a good shot, let's just put it that way, okay? He hit where he needed to hit to make her bleed out right on the floor of the Capitol, right there, okay? You can't tell me that he wasn't aiming for the jugular vein, because he got it, all right? And there she was, murdered right there. And yes, she was a little bit out of hand there, and but she had some people that were helping her through the broken glass that she didn't break out anyway, and they were just trying to shove her through that glass door right there. And then he shot her. But anyway, if you notice that the things that were going on in the Capitol, they were taking seats in there inside of some offices, okay, in the Capitol. They weren't going in there to kill people, and the way they meant, the way they said, and actually the Capitol, the House of Representatives, they already went to their little bunker offices down below anyway, and so they wouldn't have been found anyhow. But yeah, it was a mess. Okay, let's just put it that way. You know, it turned out to be a mess. Yes,
Carl, with the release of the entirety of the video, the 40,000 hours that the House Speaker released last week. I mean, yeah, you can now find. I mean, there's all kind of videos showing that how many people were just simply peacefully walking into and just kind of lollygagging around. They weren't storming the halls or. They were just there to peacefully, and as you said, what they were there for was there were suits filed, lawsuits, proclaiming possible improprieties, election improprieties, and these people felt that this election could not be certified until those things were sorted out, and apparently the courts never took up any of those cases, I guess.
Yes, indeed. And it's all been swept under the rug because we have a Democrat administration in there right now that has an attorney general that's not going to investigate it. He's not going to do anything except protect Biden. That's what he's there for. And he's there to do that. And he's standing in the way of everything.
Yeah.
And so we've got these people who are that were arrested there at the Capitol. They are still in jail and don't even have any charges against them. Many of them don't have even any charges against them, and they're in jail, and they've been in jail since 2021, and still there. And it's amazing what's going on in this country. The vile communism that's taking place and the dictatorship that's rising up in this country due to the Democrat Party. And Trump recommended to Nancy Pelosi, the National Guard, come on the scene, and she just rejected that totally, because she knew, there's about to be a big issue come up here, and we're going to use it to the max. And so, yeah, that's exactly what she did. But getting to the war there briefly before we go into the college football, But the war in particular over there, that's another thing that's going on. As in Vietnam, we have a Democrat in charge here who doesn't know what he's doing. He's telling Israel to stand down. He's doing this as a means to get hostages. Well, Israel's already stated to Hamas, we're going to eliminate you from the face of the earth. Well, all of these hostages haven't been released yet. Okay? So, do we actually think that they're going to release all of the hostages and then expect Israel to not do what they said they were going to do? Eliminate them? You know? They're going to want a way out. Let's just put it that way. They're going to want a way out, and they're going to take some hostages with them. And so there they are. They're just waiting out this time here. And they're not going to release these hostages. And in the meantime, Biden is saying, "Oh yeah, you need to do this," you know. But it's not going to happen, you know. There's going to be some released, yes, and some have been, and which is good. But all of them's not going to be released.
Yeah, my understanding is Hamas at this point, if I understand correctly, has said that they will release like an additional 10 per day as long as this stand down or ceasefire continues. So based on the numbers they have, they could stretch this out another probably at least 2 weeks. And I don't think Israel has no desire to continue holding back, doing nothing for another 2 weeks. All right. Well, Carl, that's good to hear from you. That's the latest I had heard. I mean, because things are in flux, changing every day. And there is pressure being put on Israel to try to come to some sort of a resolution. But we know, been there, done that. Any sort of resolution with Hamas, if Hamas stays in charge, we spend billions upon billions to build back what has been destroyed by the bombing in the Gaza, build things back, and you just you wait your time. It may be 5 years, it may be another 10 years, and you're right back to square one when Hamas does their next attempt at going in to eradicate Israel. It's a vicious cycle, but all right, got a few minutes before we hit news break here. Let's get a couple of other headlines in. Oh boy, we've been talking about the electric vehicle market, how things aren't going according to plan. Now literally thousands of auto dealers around the entire country are actually pleading with President Biden to, hold up here. A coalition of more than 3,000 auto dealers sending an open letter to President Biden calling on him to at least tap the brakes, slow down on this electric vehicle push. This includes dealers in all 50 states who collectively sell every major car brand, taking particular aim at the Biden administration's tailpipe emissions standards released earlier this year, which are the most aggressive federal regulations ever issued of their kind. Under the regulations proposed by the EPA, the majority of new vehicle purchases will be electric within a decade. These vehicles are ideal for many people. We believe their appeal will grow over time, say the dealers in the letter. The reality, however, is electric vehicle demand today it is not keeping up with the influx of battery electric vehicles that are sitting on our dealer lots because of the current regulations. They are stacking up on our lots. Last year, there were a lot of people with hope and hype about electric vehicles. The letter went on to say early adopters formed an initial line and they were ready to buy these vehicles as soon as we had them to sell. That enthusiasm has stalled. Today, the supply of unsold electric vehicles is surging. They are not selling nearly as fast as they're arriving at our dealerships, even with deep price cuts, as well as manufacturer incentives and generous government incentives. They added, while the goals of the EPA are admirable, they're also unrealistic based on current and forecast consumer demand. The dealers further noted that the best indicator of customer demand is the auto marketplace, is how the electric vehicles are stacking up on their lots. Letter further noted that there are many issues facing the electric vehicle industry, such as lacking charging infrastructure, energy grid instability, the lack of reliable mineral supplies for the EV batteries. And I quote, Mr. President, it is time to tap the brakes on the unrealistic government electric vehicle mandate. Allow time for the technology to advance. Allow time to make electric vehicles more affordable. Allow time to develop domestic sources for the minerals to make the batteries. Allow time for the charging infrastructure to be built and prove reliable. And most of all, allow time for the American consumer to get comfortable with the technology and make their choice to buy said vehicles. News break time. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. GOP Congressman Ronnie Jackson is urging President Biden to undergo a cognitive test or withdraw from the presidential race.
You know, look at what's going on right now domestically. I mean, what he's done to our country, and he's not in control. He does not know what's going on.
The former White House physician, a Texas Republican who previously provided President Trump with perfect health scores, expressed concern about the 81-year-old commander-in-chief, suggesting that the situation may be challenging for the country to manage. Nikki Haley's campaign is picking up a big endorsement from a Republican super PAC. The Political Action Network, financed largely by billionaire Charles Koch, has endorsed the former South Carolina governor's bid for the White House. The group Americans for Prosperity Action said Haley has what it takes to lead a policy agenda to take on our nation's biggest challenges. The White House wants to make sure supply chains keep running.
President Biden is introducing new measures to enhance U.S. supply chains.
We're doubling down on our work at home
starting right here, right now, with the launch of a new Council on Supply Chain Resilience.
Speaking from the White House Monday, Biden stated that the new council's emphasis would be on maintaining secure and diversified supply chains. Additional actions include establishing an early warning system to identify supply chain risks and utilizing the Defense Production Act to increase the domestic production of essential medicines and address drug shortages. I'm John Schaefer.
Shoppers around the country pounced on deep online discounts during Cyber Monday to set a new spending record. According to data from Adobe Analytics, Americans rang up $12.4 billion worth of online purchases, up 9.6% from last year. This on the heels of Adobe Analytics reporting Black Friday sales were up 7.5%. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
This week, 2 prominent governors, Florida's Ron DeSantis and California's Gavin Newsom, will engage in a televised debate focusing on the differing ideologies of their respective states despite their political clash. Both Florida and California rank among the deadliest states for cyclists, with Florida experiencing 805 cyclist deaths from 2017 to 2021, followed by California with 712. Education Secretary Miguel Cardona was caught on camera butchering a popular quote by the late former President Ronald Reagan about the federal government's role in the everyday lives of Americans. Cardona, speaking to the Western Governors Association winter meeting in Jackson Hole, Wyoming yesterday, said,
as I think it was President Reagan said, we're from the government. We're here to help.
The context of his comments centered on the federal government working with state governors on funding priorities related to education, but what Reagan actually said was the 9 most terrifying words in the English language are, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. The former president's comments actually referred to how the government tends to be inefficient to such a degree that instead of helping, it often causes harm instead. Intuit, headquartered in Mountain View, California, plans to introduce generative AI-powered tax preparation features to TurboTax that begins November 30th. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
right, thank you so much, and welcome back. On a Wednesday, our number 844-844-3388. I mentioned we're going to have kind of a back-to-back storm system sweeping through the south central and southeastern states. Storm system number 2 is actually going to be more of a rainmaker in the southeast. Areas from Louisiana to Virginia, northern Florida, all expected to be in the soak zone, where several inches of rain may fall. Extending from southeast Louisiana to North Carolina, some of that rain will overlap the rain from storm system number 1, which would be an added bonus. Could push some of the totals between 4 and 8 inches of rain in part of the region. Now, when you say added bonus, well, that's because places like New Orleans has received less than 50% of their historical average rain since the 1st of July. Running way behind. The drought's even worse in Jackson, Mississippi. Rainfall's only been about 40% of average since the start of July there. There's been some sporadic rain over the past month that's helped the drought situation slightly, but they need more rain. And the combination of these two storms should help significantly, since some of this rain will fall on the middle portions of the Mississippi watershed. Should see at least a slight rise in water levels on the Mississippi on the lower end in the coming weeks, where the river's been running within several feet of record low levels since late summer. Now, there continues to be some signs of a storm track related to the El Nino pattern setting up as we head into the winter. During that sort of a pattern, the southern branch of the jet stream tends to be very active with some tropical moisture for parts of the southern states. Now, they do say a storm next week could actually bring some additional rain to parts of the southern USA. What's going on, Horse Feathers? Little, what's he tuning into? Little James Taylor. I guess that means he had to get out of the truck to do something. So, hey, what day is it? That's oh, boy. Hello, Marianne.
Hey, yes, Steve. How's it going, Steve?
Doing well. How about you?
Well, let's see. Yesterday, I went to see him, and the physician assistant took some stitches out, took a picture of my back, sent it to the orthopedic surgeon, and shocked the heck out of me. He goes, you want to get admitted or something like that? And I'm going, I said, oh, what? So me and my sister go get lunch, and then I had to come back to the hospital to get admitted because they say I have an infection and they want to go back in because the one, like a middle section or something like that, wasn't completely closed.
Yeah.
And they were to clean that up and possibly put a wound vac in there.
Okay.
And I'm going, okay. And they're going to do about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm going, okay. It's like I thought they did everything right the first time. So I'm stuck in the hospital probably till over the weekend.
Oh, boy. So, yes. Sometimes they don't get it
Saturday,
right.
Sunday. Yeah, Saturday, Sunday. Because I ended up going to the ER on last Sunday. And they ran all these tests, took all this blood, did the ultrasound on the legs and the chest x-ray and a CT scan. Everything looked good. It was great. And then until I came to the hospital, I came to the appointment, and it was like, great. So you're going to get on a ladder and go put some lights up, are you?
That's the plan. Well, when it warms up a few degrees, it's too darn cold out there right now.
I know. I ain't taking Darla out and walking that stuff. she wouldn't laugh. She'd be wanting to be picked up, and I can't do that.
Yeah.
I can't. I'm kind of restricted right in the present. I have to. I tried to sleep in my bed twice, and I failed. So that didn't work out. And I slept in the one recliner, and oh God, that hurt. And I went back to the other recliner. So they're telling me to ditch the back brace for now until we get this figured out. I go, okay. Great, I guess spend the time in the hospital again.
Yeah. I hate to hear that, Marianne. That's, as we said from the get-go, one step at a time. And yeah, obviously what they're going to what they're going to go in and repair will not be as traumatic as your first round, obviously. So hopefully quick healing. But and one thing I guess you could be glad is when it comes to an infection like that, especially in the back, I mean, things can turn ugly real quick. If things get into the spinal cord infection, you don't want that to happen. All right, we'll be thinking about you, Marianne. It is 844-844-3388. Did we get back to the truck? Maybe he doesn't even know that we're on hold, or he's on hold. I don't know. What do you say, Eagle?
Yeah, I got a couple other things I wanted to talk about that I didn't get to in the first.
Yeah. Okay.
Excuse me, the first call. Yeah. I wanted to say a couple of things about this guy. You say Douglas called in last night. Yeah, like the other guy said. You got people right now like that guy said earlier, Steve. People still sitting in jail cells right now for January the 6th. And they might not never get out. They got a new law. They came out with a law a couple of years ago, I think in the Obama administration, that you can be held indefinitely for a crime, even if no charges are brought up. They can bring it to trial anytime they want to. So there's no telling when if Trump gets back in the White House, he's already said he's going to release these people. So hopefully that'll happen, because a lot of these people didn't do anything wrong. You know something I heard, Steve? Maybe you could check up on it. They said that they have people that are still following people right now. People that flew into Washington D.C. I heard this the other day.
Yes, that is true. That is true.
They got people spending all this money following these people around the country. Have you heard about that?
That is correct. That was actually the the Air Marshals director that spoke last week. 3 years later, they're still actually shadowing and following people when they're taking flights, even if they flew into D.C., even if they weren't at the Capitol.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's just totally ridiculous, Steve. That's just spending unnecessary money for something. This is ridiculous. Instead of going down there, how about going down there to the southern border, Steve? How about putting some of the people that they got following these people all over the country on planes? Why don't you send some of the people down there to the border and find out who's coming across that border from all these other countries, these terrorists? That's what they need to be concerned with. Like I said, they're concerned with the wrong thing. It's just a total embarrassment. And like that other caller said, Steve, you noticed the last couple of weeks I haven't said nothing about Joe Biden and Hunter Biden, because nothing is going to happen. I got frustrated and mad and angry about it. Yeah, Joe Biden, there's so much evidence against him and Hunter, but ain't a damn thing going to be done about it, because the DOJ is bought and paid for by Joe Biden, and nothing is going to happen to Biden. He knows it. That's why he's not worried about it. And one little bit at all. So anybody listening to me tonight, you might as well don't get all upset. Don't get your hair in a bunch about Joe Biden and Hunter and this cocaine in the White House and Joe Biden taking money from China and all these other, because not a damn thing is going to happen. I give up on that case as far as that concern. Like I said, the only thing we can do now is hope that if Trump gets in, he can do something about it and bring some charges against this guy. But other than that, ain't nothing going to happen in the next year as he's in the White House. And you know what? You know what amazes me, Steve? Like I told you last week, is that it looks like the Democrats are going to go through with Joe Biden come January. It looks like they really have him as their man for the Democratic nomination. It's really sad that the Democrats can't do better than Joe Biden. So, like I said, they're only making it easier for Donald Trump. More and more people are jumping on the Trump bandwagon as we speak. The economy is down. You're talking about the electric cars that Biden is trying to push, which is totally ridiculous. That like Donald Trump said, Steve, we have stupid people running America right now. I wish somebody would tell Joe Biden and his people what happens when the power grid shuts down, my man, and you ain't got no electric to plug that vehicle in. What you gonna do then, Joe Biden? I want to know what his answer to that question, but he probably couldn't comprehend that answer question anyway. So I just sit back and laugh at these people, Steve, at the stupidity. But I bet you this one. I tell you this, Steve. I told you this months ago. I know one person that won't be driving an electric car. I know that, and it'll be me, because I'll never spend not one dime on an electric vehicle, because I know it's nothing but pure trash. So Joe Biden will never receive $1 out of my pocket for one of those vehicles. You can best be guaranteed of that, Mr. Joe Biden. Now, let me say this one last thing, Steve, because this is the thing that really upsets me the most about what's going on with Hamas and the situation over there in Israel, this so-called ceasefire. Like I said, Israel, they're making the wrong moves, Steve. You can't listen to these people. Hamas is nothing but cowards. Anybody who plants people under hospitals, under these tunnels and caves under these hospitals, and then they got the nerve to try to blame Israel when they bomb these things because these losers are trying to hide behind women. You're the lowest of the lowest cowards, Steve, when you hide behind women and children, and that's what this Hamas is. And the longer you give these guys a chance to hide out, they're going to continue releasing these hostages, one at a time, every couple of weeks, just to buy some more time.
Yep.
And all they're doing is buying more time until they can plan another attack. So if Israel was, like I said, Israel was smart, they would continue bombing, as Donald Trump would say, bombing the hell out of them until they no longer exist on this planet. And that's the best cause I can say. If they don't do that, then they'll be having another attack from Hamas in the very near future. And I thank you for taking my call, Steve.
Yeah, I do believe today will be day number 6 of the pause, kind of losing track. But that's, unless it is extended again, it's expected to end today. But what next? What then? Yeah, for Israel's leaders in particular, this pause has indeed created a bit of a strategic dilemma. They've got big reasons to extend it again, but they've got big reasons to go back and resume fighting and finish this off. On the one hand, many of the international groups and other countries have supported a ceasefire, pointing to the death toll that continues to mount. Biden has also pushed for the pause to continue so long as Hamas is releasing hostages. Now, within Israel, families of the hostages have called on the leaders to prioritize the release of all hostages. But on the other hand, the pause offering advantages to Hamas, their leaders, can move, and undoubtedly are moving to new hiding places. If the militants can fortify their positions in southern Gaza before fighting resumes, and Hamas can hope the pause ultimately leads the U.S. to push Israel to moderate the war aims, to end the war now, would actually leave Hamas still in charge of most of Gaza. And Israel knows that. Now, the scale of recent suffering in Gaza has led to a lot of criticism of Israel. Although the precise toll is unclear, the The fairest comparisons remain a subject of dispute. Analysts agree that many more Gazan civilians have died in the past 7 weeks than did Israeli civilians in the October 7 attack, but many Gaza victims have been children, as according to the reports. Now, Saudi Arabia, they say, has pulled back from some of their earlier diplomatic talks with Israel. UN officials have condemned Israel. In the U.S., many Democrat voters, especially those younger or liberal, have grown uncomfortable with the Biden administration continuing to support Israel. But the pause in fighting has also paused some of the diplomatic pressure on Israel. As part of the truce, Israel has allowed hundreds of trucks to enter Gaza carrying food, water, medicine. This kind of reinforces Israel doesn't want civilians hurt. They'd like them to stock up on provisions. Probably most important for Israel's leader, the pause has already led Hamas to release 69 hostages, 20 more scheduled over the next 2 days. And I think 11 of those were yesterday, so we'll see what comes back. In exchange for each Israeli hostage, though, Israel has released 3 Palestinian prisoners. So it's 3 for 1. Yeah, before the truce, many Israelis had criticized Netanyahu for not doing more to win the hostages' freedom, they say. Now, after, I guess, this past scheduled release, Hamas and its allies would still hold roughly 150 hostages. Now, that was my conversation with Carl earlier. Hamas has said something along the lines, we'll release 10 a day as long as this pause continues. So you do the math, 10 a day, that's 15 days that they'd like to continue this pause. All right, so what happens next, I don't know, but that's where we stand at this point in time. 23 past the hour. It's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Who was it chimed in last evening asking about, I think it was one of our listening friends up in and around Chicago, because he said he was listening to some of the local reports about issuing tents or building tents to house the illegals that are pouring in to cities all over the country. I think it was the CNI Dog forwarded to me this past day from WMBD. This is what it appears. 2 new shelter sites are being constructed this week to accommodate future asylum seekers in Illinois. A news release from the governor's office states that the shelters will be One will be a base camp in Brighton Park, and the other would be an actual brick and mortar site in Little Village. Up to 2,200 asylum seekers can be accommodated at the sites. They will offer warm sleeping spaces, meals, hygiene facilities, and wraparound services. Governor Pritzker says asylum seekers have traveled thousands of miles and entered this country legally in search of a better life. I would underscore, he said legally. Well, no, they're crossing in, Governor, and under this administration, they're being released into communities like yours, but they're technically not here legally. They've got their asylum hearings coming somewhere down the line. But I love the way they try to word that. They've come legally searching for a better life. We cannot allow them to be met with sub-freezing temperatures and inadequate shelter. He went on to say these 2 new shelter sites will provide transitionary housing for more than 2,000 new arrivals as they apply for work permits and strive for independence. Shelter space will be prioritized for families or people with disabilities currently sleeping outdoors or at police stations or at O'Hare Airport. Since asylum seekers arrived in Chicago over a year ago, IDHS has met the call for needed wraparound support. They're heartened to see and be part of the city of Chicago and the state's ongoing work in partnership to meet new arrivals with dignity as we continue to clear obstacles on their pathway to employment and independence. That was a quote from the Secretary of the Illinois Department of Human Services. By the way, these new shelter sites are a $65 million investment, which is obviously being covered by the American working people, the taxpayers in this country. Our number, 844-844-3388. You're up to speed. News break time. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. GOP Congressman Ronnie Jackson is urging President Biden to undergo a cognitive test or withdraw from the presidential race.
You know, look at what's going on right now domestically. I mean, what he's done to our country, and he's not in control. He does not know what's going on.
The former White House physician, a Texas Republican who previously provided President Trump with perfect health scores, expressed concern about the 81-year-old commander-in-chief, suggesting that the situation may be too challenging to manage. Nikki Haley's campaign is picking up a big endorsement from a Republican super PAC. The Political Action Network, financed largely by billionaire Charles Koch, has endorsed the former South Carolina governor's bid for the White House. The group Americans for Prosperity Action said Haley has what it takes to lead a policy agenda to take on our nation's biggest challenges. I'm Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Now let's say good morning to Slowpoke in North Carolina. Chiming in via email. He says, happy hump day, everybody. 21 degrees here in Athens, Tennessee. Doing an early morning delivery. Yeah, it's a cold night, huh? Looks like we're dropped down to 15 outside the bunker. Clear skies. Hey, the U.S. Postal Service is seeking helpers to ensure needy children and families have gifts under the Christmas tree on Christmas morning. It's Operation Santa. The Operation Santa program's been around, they say, for 111 years, since the agency started allowing postal employees and volunteers to respond to letters from children writing to Santa. The program allows volunteers to give back by adopting deserving children and families in the U.S., Puerto Rico, and the U.S. Virgin Islands online. Now, a public relations specialist for the Postal Service said letter volume and the number of adopters increase every year. And this year is no exception. According to the Operation Santa website, December the 18th is the last day for Secret Santas to choose letters from either individuals or families. They also recommend sending packages by that date to arrive by Christmas Day. Now, she did say it's still early in the letter writing season. New letters to Santa will be uploaded to the website as they're received by the Postal Service. Last year, more than 18,000 letters were actually adopted by Secret Santas. They share a couple of examples of what you might pick up. Letters on the site right now include one from a family, which includes Livy, 18 months old. Her favorite color is yellow. She needs diapers size 4 and wipes, 2T clothing and pajamas, and a toddler bed with bedding. Oliviana asked for a front-facing car seat and a pack-and-play. Wears 24-month clothing. Larry, 12 years old, wants Harry Potter bedding. Wears size 13 men's shoes, big feet. He wants a blanket. So on and on like that. They do say companies are also encouraged to adopt a child or family. And that message from the U.S. Postal Service. Operation Santa. I guess if you did a quick search online, you could find that pretty easily. That would take you to the link. What's going on, Sundance Kid?
Hey, Steve, what day is it? What day is it?
Hey, it's Hump Day. Hump Day. Yeah, you're gonna sneeze.
There you go. Yeah, you're not Mike. I don't understand why he keeps calling you Mike. But anyway, could we? All right. So January 6th wasn't an insurrection.
No, it was a protest.
I get it. Okay. And we had a protest while President Trump was in the White House, right? Outside the White House, there was a protest by the church or something?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. What happened when we had that protest?
I don't know. Did they ever call that an insurrection or not? They didn't go in. Nobody went into the the Capitol that day. President did get taken to his secret bunker.
Yes, he did get to the secret bunker because those people he didn't have control of. He was not intimidated by the people on January 6th. He was in control of all of those people. And he had his war speech out there, had a stage set up, had everything planned, and even told them to go home when he had when he saw things were falling apart, told them how much he loved them. I mean, but the protesters for BLM at the church, well, we went out there and tear gassed them people and took care of them, but we didn't tear gas these people breaking into the Capitol building. Yeah. So I mean, I can see it wasn't an insurrection, but we know who the leader was. They even had his name on a flag flying alongside Trump and the Confederate flag. I mean, I don't know, man.
He's actually running for office now. Did you know that? QAnon Shaman is running for office. What if he wins election?
Oh yeah. I'm sure. Yeah, is he running on? I'm sure he's running on a Republican ticket.
Well, I would certainly hope so. I mean, that was the same guy that we actually witnessed on the video being led into the Capitol building by the police, who opened the door for him. Sundance, they opened the damn door. He wasn't doing anything wrong.
I know.
I don't have time for you this morning, but there are people out there that actually believe that stuff. Yeah, I think the advice was, maybe stick to trucking issues, because when it comes to politics, you're screwed in the head, Sundance. All right, what else? Happy Hump Day, everybody. All right, horse feathers, you don't have to do it because he already took care of it. Quickly, before we get back to your calls, let me jump to the state of North Carolina. New law to take effect intended to boost the deterrence of cargo theft. That's an issue we talked a lot about last week leading up to the Thanksgiving holiday. More of that. The most cargo theft, this is the time of year, the final 3 months, with all the holidays, lots of cargo theft between now and the new year. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association believes cargo theft deterrence is a reasonable and overdue action intended to better protect the livelihood of the men and women who help drive the economy. The governor, Roy Cooper, has signed into law a bill that will increase punishment for cargo theft, depending on the value of the property taken from the vehicle. This would apply to breaking or entering into a railroad car, motor vehicle, trailer, aircraft, boat, or any other watercraft. This new law will take effect this Friday, December the 1st. Right now, cargo theft convictions result in a Class 1 felony, regardless of the value of goods. Offenders face up to 24 months in prison. Based on the new law, you could be facing significantly more time behind bars. To discourage cargo theft in North Carolina, this law allows for the combining of offenses occurring over a 90-day period across the state. Cargo valued between $1,500 and $20,000 is a Class H felony, facing up to 39 months in prison. From $20,000 to $50,000, that's a Class G, up to 47 months in prison. $50,000 to $100,000, that's a Class F, up to 59 months. Stolen cargo valued beyond $100,000. A Class C felony, offenders would face up to 231 months in prison. Keep in mind, oftentimes cargo theft from tractor trailers, I'm trying to remember the numbers last week. Average cargo theft, I believe, was somewhere in the vicinity of 73,000 plus. Obviously, you've got some well over 100,000. Yeah, some that would be between the 1,500 and 20,000. But 231 months in prison. You may want to think twice. Also, any conveyance that is used in the commission of the crime will be seized and forfeited. Senator Danny Britt said the new law intends to address the issue of retail cargo theft. In discussions with the Senate Judiciary Committee, he told committee members North Carolina actually right now ranks number 8 nationally for the crime. We are one of the hot spots in the country for cargo theft, he said. See what's going on with Pappy. What's happening? You got the long johns on?
Dang right, I got him on, see? I got 16 degrees out driving on Interstate 74 westbound past the 275 split.
Nippy.
Hey, Steve, man. Maybe Sundance forgets that when Trump was inaugurated, that there was riots that broke out during the inauguration and afterwards. Windows were broken out downtown D.C. Maybe he forgets that.
Yeah.
Maybe he forgets all the rhetoric, he's not my president. Maybe he forgets that after the Republican convention, things got so bad they had to take Trump and move him to the bunker, and everybody thought that was funny. They burned down a church the next day. Dan Bongino's walking with his wife and some other border agents to his hotel room, and they're circling him on bicycles, telling him they're going to rape his wife in front of him.
Yep.
I don't recall any Molotov cocktails getting thrown on January 6th. There were some people that, and we denounced it, Steve. There were some stupid people that did some stupid things. And they should be held accountable for it. Then we come to find out that there's government officials that were implanted in that group to entice these people to do what they did, and they took the bait because they're idiots. But I don't see any BLM supporters, Antifa rioters, burning down this country, getting 15 years in prison. Show me one. You show me one case where somebody got 10, 15 years, 5 years. Any Antifa, BLM demonstrator, right? Mostly peaceful, that got charged, convicted, and sentenced to 5 years in prison or more for burning something down. Seem to forget out there in Portland, Oregon, when they had their little safe city out there they took over, literally tried to burn down a federal courthouse. Several federal court officers were injured, taken to the hospital. The night of the Republican convention, several Secret Service officers were injured, taken to the hospital. Blows my mind, Steve.
Well, things we just tend to forget.
Well, not this guy. Hey, meant to say the other night, I kind of spaced it out because I'm getting old, I guess. But remember when the Chinese Communist Party came to San Francisco? They laid the red carpet out for their leaders, right?
Cleaned the streets up, yeah. Beautiful.
Yeah, made everything look all nice and pretty. Boss man's coming to town, Steve. We got to make it look good. Well, they were having some powwows for the next several days, and one of the powwows that was going to be discussed was the CBDCs, central bank digital currencies.
Okay.
That they want to get implemented in this country. And we've talked about it in length on your show. It's already been enacted in some other countries. Nigeria, I think, Jamaica. Two off the top of my head, but Steve, we need to reach out to our congressmen and women, email them, call them, whatever, that we cannot let this go through. I think Biden was talking about doing something to try to get the ball rolling on this. Man, it's just a nightmare if this happens. It's going to be a nightmare.
And that's the digital currency thing they're talking, trying to...
Yep.
Yeah.
Where they control your money, control where you spend it, what you spend it on, and if you spend it on things that are not compliant with our woke leftist agenda, climate control type stuff, they can fine you, Steve, and take that money right out of your account. Like they do in China.
Yep.
Saw some interviews with some Chinese people, talked about this before. They commit just a jaywalking offense over in China, Steve, because they got a surveillance system over there that we are trying to implement here. You get caught jaywalking, they take money out of your account. There's no court, no ticket, no summons to appear. You just get money taken right out of your account.
With the facial recognition technology, and there are some of these, I guess what do they call them, smart cities, where they've got, it almost looks like something out of a futuristic sci-fi film with, screens on the corner where they'll publicly put your picture up and shame you for what you've done.
Did you hear about what they're calling here, Steve, the 15-minute cities? Did you hear about these?
15-minute cities, no.
Yeah, do a little Google search. even though Google is a communist company. Look up 15-minute cities. They want everybody to be put in these cities where you can access everything within 15 minutes. In other words, if you get in your car, you drive 15 minutes, you're at the border, you're not allowed to leave that border. And what I mean by that is, if you go outside that 15-minute circle, that's like a penalty, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what can they do? They'll just take some money out of your account. Google it. Check it out. Ask everybody out there listening right now.
I'm looking. I see. I mean, I've got the Wikipedia breakdown describing what it is in front of me here. I've never heard of that. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, I first heard of this several months ago, Steve, and guess where I heard it from? The World Economic Forum. Good old Klaus Schwab, and talking about one way to control people is to put them in these cities, keep them confined, give them their government check. Man, Stephen, the judicial system is, I don't know if we got one anymore. I thought you were allowed to have a trial amongst your peers.
Mm-hmm.
I guess not no more. These leftist judges decide that, no, we're not going to let them have a jury trial. It's going to be a bench trial. We've talked about it a little bit in the past. Steve, apparently this is going on a lot more than what we are being told. It's not just Trump. Several other people that are being taken into court are being denied a jury duty. I remember we were talking about when they were rounding up some of the January 6th people. They were being denied access to their attorney.
Mm-hmm.
How these people are being treated. We talked about that. Man, this computer, somebody keeps running somebody that's wanted. That's what you're hearing if you're hearing that dinging. They locked up that 65-year-old, I think she was 65, maybe older. Gave her 6 months in prison, Steve. 65-year-old grandmother, no record. Happened to be on the grounds of the Capitol that day. You get 6 months in prison. Apparently in a civil court, if you fail to show, I forget the name of this. I think I got it written down at home. But say they bring you into civil court. If you fail to show, they can automatically find you guilty. And along with that, in this civil trial, they were asking this defendant to produce some documentation which they knew he couldn't produce, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's why they were asking for it. And he couldn't produce it, and he was trying to tell them it's because it's fictitious. You're asking me for something that I can't provide because it doesn't exist. Well, they use that saying, well, you're not complying with the court, so therefore you're guilty.
Wow.
There's some crazy, crazy stuff going on in the court system. Man, I don't know, Steve. I mean, one good thing, though, if you look around the world, you see Argentina electing this right-winger, I guess you can say. I forget his name.
Mm-hmm.
But he's been out really, really dogging the woke left. He was overwhelmingly elected in Argentina. And we're seeing it in other countries around the world. So I think the whole world is starting to wake up and realize what is happening here. And, you know, what's the old saying? You can't fight a war if you don't know you're in one. A lot of people were saying that we've been in World War III. It might have not been missiles being launched back and forth, but China's been at war with us for a decade with all the stuff that they've done to this country that we've talked about on the internet. Unconventional type warfare. But, yeah, I don't know, Steve. Sundance kind of got me off guard there. I wasn't expecting that, but you know, we can't forget. Look back at what this country went through. And like I said the other night, a lot of this was just flat out lies by the media. Been proven fact. Steve, I heard this the other day. I need to find that document and maybe send it to you. Apparently, the government, in a hearing, it was found that the United States of America developed COVID-19. This country is the one that developed that. Supposedly, that's brought out in a government hearing and an official hearing.
Okay. So what, like we then subsequently allowed them to test it in that lab over there? I'm kind of curious, because China accused us of that way back at the beginning, didn't they? But, hey, we paused. News break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Around 100 million people on the East Coast are set to face freezing temperatures as a cold front hits the region tonight into Wednesday. In Erie, Pennsylvania, NBC News' Jesse Kirsch says the day started rough.
We've got these brutal wind gusts. They're churning up waters right near Lake Erie, and it's these blasts of cold air combining with the waters out on the Great Lakes that have turned parts of the region into a snow globe.
The National Weather Service says high temperatures are expected to be as much as 20 degrees below average in parts of the Midwest, Great Lakes, and Ohio Valley, as well as areas on the East Coast. A record-breaking 200 million Americans splurged on gifts and goods from Black Friday through Cyber Monday, defying economic concerns. The National Retail Federation reported a 2% increase from the previous year, surpassing expectations for the start of the holiday shopping season. Disgraced South Carolina lawyer Alex Murdaugh was formally sentenced Tuesday for nearly 24 financial crimes. The judge in the case expressed his disgust with Murdaugh stealing from his clients.
You decided that the only joy you're concerned about was your own.
He pled guilty in exchange for a 27-year prison sentence. He appeared in Beaufort County Court apologizing to his victims. Murdaugh stole over $8 million from clients. They include a scheme to steal $4 million in life insurance funds from his late housekeeper. Complete with 98 Christmas trees, 72 wreaths, and 2.8 miles of ribbon, the White House has been transformed into a classic winter wonderland for the holidays. The crown jewels are in the East Wing as Gold Star trees honor fallen soldiers. The Gold Star ornaments are engraved with service members' names, ranks, and dates of death. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer plans to bring a bill tying Israel and Ukraine funding to the floor as soon as next week. President Biden is requesting $106 billion from Congress for Ukraine, Israel, Taiwan, and border funding. House Republicans, meanwhile, want Israel and Ukraine funding to be passed separately. The man accused of killing a professor at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill has been found unfit to stand trial. On Monday, a judge said Tylee Chi has demonstrated delusional thinking, hallucinations, and paranoia. The 34-year-old doctoral student is accused of shooting his academic advisor on campus back in August. The tribute for the late former First Lady Rosalynn Carter is underway, according to Carter's son Chip. Rosalynn, as an individual, instilled belief in him.
My mother was the glue that held our family together through the ups and downs and thicks and thins of our family's politics.
President Biden, former President Clinton, and all living former First Ladies were present. Former President Jimmy Carter, her husband of 77 years, was also in attendance. The 99-year-old Carter, currently in hospice care, is mourning the passing of his wife, who died at age 96. Sports Illustrated says it has deleted several articles from its website after publishing them under fake names and author headshots created with artificial intelligence. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
There you go. So we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Wednesday. Final days of November. 29th day of November, as a matter of fact. Good to have you with us here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. What do you see? I did a quick search, kind of picking up where we had left off with Pappy, and I'm going to bring him back up in a sec here. I see from a story out of New York. Now, this is a while back, when President Biden asked the U.S. intelligence community to determine the origin of COVID-19. Its conclusion was remarkably understated, but nonetheless shocking. In a one-page summary, the intelligence community made clear that they could not rule out the possibility that SARS-CoV-2, the virus that causes COVID-19, emerged from a laboratory. But even more shocking for Americans in the world is an additional point which the IC remained mum. If the virus did indeed result from laboratory research and experimentation, it was almost certainly created with U.S. biotechnology and know-how that had been made available to researchers in China. If we're ever going to get the truth, we need a full independent investigation, not only into the Wuhan lab, but also into the relevant U.S. scientific research, international outreach, and technology licensing in the lead up to the pandemic. We had called for such an investigation in the proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. Some might dismiss our reasons for doing so as a conspiracy theory. But let us be crystal clear. If the virus did emerge from a laboratory, it almost surely did so accidentally in the normal course of research, possibly going undetected via asymptomatic infection. It is, of course, also possible the virus had a natural origin. The bottom line at this point, nobody knows, but yeah, maybe some of that came out in the, maybe that's a part of the document you're talking about, you think?
Steve, this came out recently. Steve, they know for sure that this wasn't naturally.
Right.
Came about naturally.
It wasn't bat poop.
We've talked about that extensively in the past, where they found emails sent to Fauci telling him, listen, we looked at this thing. This was obviously man-made engineered. Remember us talking about that?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
And to think that, I mean, Steve, we got mad people. These people are mad. Insane. To create this kind of stuff in a laboratory, that knowing if there's a chance any of this escapes or gets stolen, for whatever excuse they're going to use to try to create this stuff, whether it's for biological warfare that this stuff gets out, it could destroy the planet, kill everybody. I mean, what person in their right mind would think that this stuff is okay?
Yeah.
I hate to bring up Bill Gates and hate to bring this topic up, Steve, but it's well known and well documented about this depopulation theory that Bill Gates has. Keep your eye on in the near future. COVID started this whole emergency declaration thing, right? For the common good. Lock everybody down, close these businesses, right?
Well,
take the vaccine, it's for the common good.
Yep.
So we got to keep our eye out for what these people are up to between now and a year from now, before this election takes place. I know some of you out there are thinking, man, he's way out in left field. But I'm telling you, you need to open your eyes, get woke, so to speak.
I can take you to the top headline from Drudge at this hour is masks, social distancing, return to China. Europe on alert.
Steve, yeah, I heard about this new virus coming out.
Respiratory thing.
China.
Respiratory virus, yes.
Let's Bongino talked about this a little bit, I think, yesterday. I caught some of his show. He's like, hold on here now. Let's not let the mainstream communist media run this story, get everybody panicked. They had it wasn't him, but it was another interview that they were interviewing some well-known doctor. It was a female. I can't remember her name. And she was saying, now, due to the lockdowns from COVID, especially in China, that country was locked down for a longer than the United States was. As a result, all these kids were kept inside. They weren't exposed to the outside. Their immune system broke down as a result of that. So now once they opened up and started going into their schools, this respiratory infection that was going around, that these children are more susceptible now because their immune system broke down because they've been locked in. They weren't exposed to anything. That could be what's going on over there. It's not that some new virus escaped or, some crazy. She said, we just don't know, because obviously the Chinese never really are truthful with us. But she said that could be an explanation why all these children are coming down with this respiratory illness. We'll have to wait and see what happens here. We talked about that alliance that Biden did with Mexico and Canada, pretty much with the CDC and the World Health Organization, where they can come in under an emergency declaration, just pretty much throw our Constitution out the window and lock us down again for whatever reason. If the World Health Organization, we go back to this whole world order, this one world government. Now you got the World Health Organization dictating to the world, right, how they are going to respond if another pandemic breaks out. That the world must comply with these rules. I don't know, Steve. I'm just saying. What if they're like, hey, man, you know, the energy plants are struggling here to keep up with this cold weather. We're going to have to do some controlled shutdowns to keep the grid from overheating or whatever craziness. Another thing that scares me, Steve, is the media. Again, listen to what some of these left-wing radicals say on the media. I seen a Montez put out where they were claiming that there's information now that right-wing supremacy groups were out to attack the power grid. Things that just make you say, So if there's a big power grid outage somewhere, they're going to blame it on white supremacy.
It's got to be those megas, right? Those megas.
You know, watch out for false flags, you know. But, I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, why are they putting this out? I don't know, Steve. We'll see. But, I mean, we're in for some crazy times here in this next year, and I hope everybody doesn't just take this as a grain of salt, but actually realize that we are in some crazy, crazy times right now, man.
Yeah.
And hopefully we'll look back on this. I don't know. I might be dead, but hopefully my kids might look back on this and say, man, that was some crazy times. I'm glad we got through that. I mean, look at World War II. You know, I obviously wasn't alive when World War II, but Steve, this world was damn near destroyed, man. I mean, when you go and look at every country, every city in Europe was just leveled. The amount of people that died. Not just Americans, but I think Russia in World War II, Russians lost more people than even the Germans did. I don't know if that goes back to, hey, man, too many people on the earth. We got to depopulate, start another world. It's a proven fact that Hitler was financed by American banks, Steve. That's a proven fact. All right, man, I ranted enough here.
All right, we'll jump in with. They've come after damn near everything except our food, and get ready. The United Nations agency, the agency that oversees food and agriculture, they're coming after your meat next. You need to stop eating steak. First, let me jump to the China. China has brought back masks, social distancing, a chilling echo of a lockdown that we saw 4 years ago, battling COVID. Now, it's a mystery pneumonia, as they're calling it. Mystery. Areas in the north of the country, like Beijing, have been hit the hardest. Reports emerging that hospitals are overwhelmed with sick children. A common bacterial infection, Mycoplasma pneumonia, has been circulating since May, but now showing ground glass opacity in lung scans, an indicator of severe respiratory illness, also known as white lung syndrome. Many parents deeply concerned, having to wait at least a day just for an emergency visit. China's leadership continues to insist that the flu, it's the usual winter bugs that are to blame for this latest outbreak rather than a new virus, and they can cope with the spike in sickness. Local authorities, however, are already being called upon to open more clinics and promote vaccine uptake among children and the elderly. The ministry spokesman said efforts should be made to increase the opening of relevant clinics extend service hours, and increase the supply of medicines. He also advised people to wear masks and called on local authorities to focus on preventing the spread of illness in crowded places like schools and nursing homes. But again, this is what China did initially with the COVID pandemic. While the rest of the world had gone through 2.5 years, was in the process of reopening, trying to get back to life as normal, they were still locking things down if they found an individual case of COVID. I mean, they finally came to the realization that lockdowns do not work. Do not. We'll pause there, get a news break. Just to get a quick timeout back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I was looking a little further down in the story there. They said, back over in China, the largest pediatric hospital in the Tianjin, it says the province received more than 13,000 children through its doors. And I bet this is the woman Pappy was talking about, Professor Francois Belot of the Genetics Institute, blaming China's strict lockdown for lowering the immunity in the kids for the wave that is sweeping across the country. But while the U.S. and the U.K. also saw some spikes in things like RSV and flu after the pandemic rules were lifted, China's been on a much larger. See, they didn't lift their COVID restrictions till last December. This is essentially the first winter since they've lifted the restrictions, and there are some saying that be careful about what you believe anyway coming from China. I mean, it's almost exactly 4 years to the date when the first COVID cases were detected in Wuhan. In the later months of 2019, some commentators highlighting how the wave of sickness right now is eerily similar to the reports that emerged just prior to COVID, which China was accused of covering up. The UK Health Security Agency said we have to keep an open mind about the cause of this mystery pneumonia. Okay, see what's going on with Philip in Florida. Off to work we go on a Wednesday. Morning, Philip.
Morning, buddy. How y'all doing today?
Hanging with them.
That's pretty much what it is going on here. I believe a lot of the stuff that Pappy was talking about with the 15-minute city and all that kind of stuff. We already have the technology in place to do all that. You take facial recognition software. We have the readers out that the law enforcement can use to read tags and do different things. And there's a lot of different technology that's out there that can be all tied together to use identification of people where they're moving to, how they're doing it. There's all kinds of surveillance technology out there that's well above what anybody can comprehend. And as far as biological warfare, that was being developed back when Hitler was in there, and it's something that's not going to go away. I mean, the same kind of, that's how nuclear technology got developed. Nuclear technology was developed for warfare, and they found out it could do other things. The scientific community is a very close-knit society, and I do believe in my heart of hearts that Mr. Fauci knows a little bit more of what.
Oh, yeah.
And there are things that are developed in the United States that we are not privy to know about, and they're kept under lock and key for a reason, and they have been. And talking about the power grid, I do believe that we need to lock down the house as far as the power grid goes, not only to, domestic stuff going on, but also, anything coming out of the country. I mean, there's, with all the situation at the borders that are opening up and everything. They can come in either side. They can come in off of Canada or Mexico, or they can come off of the east or west side, coming either way. It doesn't matter, but, it's one of those things. I think we need to be a little bit more resilient in what we're doing here, protecting our country. You look at all the cuts that we've had. I mean, I mentioned it not too long ago, the Coast Guard. One of the things that keeps our nation protected, the Navy doesn't protect the United States around its coasts. The Coast Guard does. And it's not even part of the Department of Defense. And, just a lot of things. Yet we're sending money to all these folks. It's just a messed up situation, Steve. It really is. So, and I know that you're coming up on your news here. So, with that, I'm going to say have a good one, buddy, and thanks for having me.
All right, Philip, have a great morning. Thank you for checking in. Let me see, what do we have? Yeah, about a minute from the news break. I think Carl wanted to chime in about a little football action, if you can make it through the break there. And after which, clear lines at 844-844-3388. Yeah, the United Nations, the agency overseeing food and agriculture policy, expected to issue what they're calling a roadmap in the coming weeks, calling on the West, America, to dramatically reduce our meat consumption. The UN Food and Agriculture Organization will publish its so-called Global Food Systems Roadmap during the upcoming COP28 Climate Summit in Dubai, which will be kicking off this Thursday and last for nearly 2 weeks until the middle portions of December. This will be a first-of-its-kind document recommending nations that overconsume meat like us cut back, limit our consumption. We'll give you more coming up after this.
USA News Update. Hamas released an additional 12 hostages as part of the extended ceasefire with Israel. The temporary pause in fighting was prolonged for an extra 2 days. 30 Palestinian detainees, including 15 women and 15 minor males, are set to be released from Israeli prisons. GOP Congressman Ronnie Jackson is urging President Biden to undergo a cognitive test.
Look at what's going on right now domestically. I mean, what he's done to our country, and he's not in control. He does not know what's going on.
The former White House physician, a Texas Republican who previously provided President Trump with perfect health scores, expressed concern about the 81-year-old commander-in-chief, suggesting that the situation may be too challenging for him to manage. This might be the best bowl game of the year. Whichever team wins the Pop-Tarts Bowl this year gets to eat a giant Pop-Tart. Dave Collins, USA News.
Okay, I'm talking funny because I'm in the witness protection program. I have too much credit card debt and I don't want people to find me.
Okay, I'm just kidding. We're going to talk about credit card debt. Right, those plastic things that we all have in our wallet. Are you in your 50s or 60s and you're still carrying around a mound of credit card debt? Wouldn't it be nice to start banking that money and save a little money for retirement down the road? We help people restructure their credit card debt all the time. We show people how they can get out of credit card debt in months, not years. Listen, you'll be carrying around credit card debt for the rest of your life unless you deal with it right now. We offer a free consultation so you can learn how you can finally wipe out your credit card debt and start saving money. Give us a free call right now.
Call Debt Solutions Network now. 866-451-3328. 866-451-3328. That's 866-451-3328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 B500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, it kind of makes me want to go out and order up a big steak dinner. The Food and Agriculture Organization arm of the United Nations, first of its kind document to recommend nations that overconsume meat to limit their consumption. A broader effort to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The failure of leading meat and dairy companies to reduce emissions underlines the urgent need for more policy focus on the food and agriculture sector. Food system emissions deserve a place at the top of the table, right next to energy and transportation, as they represent an estimated 1/3 of greenhouse gas emissions and 40% of methane. Investors hope the first ever publication of a food and agriculture roadmap at COP28 this month will catalyze the transition to 1.5 degrees and a more sustainable food system. So in addition to guidelines for reducing meat consumption in the West, the FAO is expected to highlight how farmers should adapt to erratic weather, tackle their emissions produced from food waste, and use of fertilizer. This delegation may sign on to, the U.S. COP28 delegation may sign on to this. It would not be binding, they say. Overall, the roadmap will seek to guide policy on lowering the climate impact of the global agriculture industry, which has rarely received such attention at past UN climate conferences. Past summits have been more addressing emissions generated from power, transportation, the manufacturing sector. Oh, it's the next step. Hey, what country was it that culled thousands of cattle in the name of reducing their greenhouse gas emissions? Yeah, they want to kill all the cows, right? All right, gotta love our UN. Yeah, I wouldn't be a bit surprised because we've got this administration that is all about reducing our emissions in the name of the global survival, eradicating climate change. That we'll probably sign on to it. The delegation will. See if my prediction is correct. All right, Carl, thanks for hanging in there.
Yes, thank you, Steve, for taking my call once again. I appreciate it. Just listening to Pappy there briefly, I'll make a comment on that about the COVID virus. I would say that where he was touching on, he never did mention it, but I think Philip did. Dr. Fauci would know all about that, right?
Yes, sir.
He is the U.S. Guru on the COVID virus, and he would know just exactly what people need to know about it, but he's not going to tell Congress about it. I don't think. He's just trying to act like he doesn't know. Rand Paul is really on to his butt about all that, and really that man is evil, in my opinion. But I'll just leave it at that. And if you notice on the back of the can of Lysol, you'll see, I don't know if you've noticed it or not, but even before the COVID virus came about, it said on the back of the label there, kills coronavirus. Okay? I don't know if you've ever seen that, have you?
Yeah, coronavirus, I mean, it's been around. That's the base of the common cold and a lot of different things. The coronavirus, it's the COV2, which that's the COVID-19, which was a new thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. And when they came about with that, it was a variation of that.
Correct.
And it had to be developed in a lab.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
And so we know that there's been some research done on that, and Fauci has been involved in that extensively. And, of course, they developed even more in the Wuhan lab over there. But getting to the college football thing, I was listening to Big Ed earlier, and I believe if he could drag Ohio State into the playoffs, he would. You know, I mean, if he could physically grab a hold of that team and drag them into the playoffs, he would do it, brother. But the team isn't good enough. Let's just put it that way. I'll just be honest with they're just not good enough. They proved it this past Saturday against Michigan. Well, they're going to get a great New Year's Six bowl. All right. And we know that that's where they're going to be. and possibly matched up with Alabama. I know Brother Rambler. He's a big old fan of Alabama, but let's just be honest. They're facing Georgia, the best team in the nation, this week. Okay, this coming Saturday, and Georgia is going to handle Alabama. It may be it probably will be an excellent ball game, but Georgia's going to win the game. But and I would imagine that Alabama and Ohio State's probably going to end up in a great New Year's Six bowl. All right, they're just about two peas in a pod. Those two teams right there. But Michigan and Georgia will be my pick for the national championship. That's where they're going to be at. Those two teams right there, they'll end up, after the playoffs is over with, those two teams will be right there in the national championship. Okay. And it's going to be an excellent football game, okay? I mean, it's just going to be awesome. But I don't know when Georgia's going to lose a game, all right? As long as Kirby Smart is coach of that team. I'm not a Georgia football fan, but I look at them and I say, you know what, Kirby Smart, he's probably a better coach than Nick Saban ever thought about being, just to be honest. And Nick Saban is a good coach. And let's say that Kirby Smart learned up underneath him. Yes, he did. But he has developed a wonderful team there at Georgia, and I don't know when they're going to get beat. They could be undefeated 4 years from now.
Oh, boy.
As long as Kirby Smart's their coach.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the truth. They have developed something there that's amazing. They've got an answer for everything. Yeah, they come close every once in a while to not doing a that well, but they have developed over this season right here to be a juggernaut. They're just amazing. I mean, I just don't see any weakness on this team as of right now. But as long as their players are healthy, let's just put it that way. Now, if they all of a sudden have a massive breakdown, their quarterback goes down, their running back goes down, or whatever, their Bowers goes down again, their tight end, they're going to be in trouble. Yes, of course. But that's what matters right there. You got to have the players. I'll just leave it at that. That's my pick anyway.
Okay.
But I noticed there's nothing wrong with Big Ed trying to drag Ohio State into the playoffs. I mean, that's good. That's okay. But Brother Ed, you can't do it, buddy. I mean, they're not that good. All right. So I'll just let it go at that. All right. Thank you for taking my call.
Hey, we got to wait and see if the selection committee feels, as Carl does, that they just ain't good enough. Let me take you over to Yahoo Sports. What is at stake? Conference championship weekend. Each of the top 4 teams in the rankings should be in with a win. That's easier said than done, especially for Georgia and Washington's Bulldogs taking on Alabama in the SEC championship, while Washington plays Oregon Friday night. It's fair to believe winner of the Pac-12 title game is a near lock for a playoff spot, given that both teams are in the top 5. Florida, as we know, takes on number 15 Louisville, the ACC title game. Michigan, number 16 Iowa, the Big Ten championship. Texas, meanwhile, has number 19 Oklahoma State in the Big 12 title. How much help do the Longhorns need to jump up 3 spots if they beat the Cowboys? It's fair to assume Texas could jump over Ohio State and the loser of the Pac-12 title game, but if there's 4 undefeated teams or 3 unbeatens and a 12-1 Oregon, Texas is probably locked out. Same scenario applies to Alabama. While the Crimson Tide would have a great win, they need more than that to make the playoff. If Texas wins convincingly, would their head-to-head win still be the tiebreaker if both the Longhorns and Crimson Tide are 12-1? Ohio State is even more complicated. The Buckeyes likely need a Georgia win, a Washington win, an Oklahoma State win, and a Louisville win to have a shot. I don't know. I'm going back to Big Head's talk. He said they would need a lot of help, right? The Florida State question. Seminoles beat rival Florida week 13. They're undefeated. It was the first game without their star quarterback, though, after his season-ending leg injury. The playoff committee chairman admitted that they view FSU differently without Jordan Travis. He said, quote, they're a different team. The North Carolina State Athletic Director, it's pretty obvious with Jordan Travis not playing and Tate Rodemaker playing, they're a different team, just as anyone would be if they lost their quarterback in that situation. But they were able to get a win down in Gainesville. They were able to put up 24 points. Defense led up 13. There was a safety. We're just evaluating it at this point, where they are with the body of work through the season. While a topic of discussion, as it should be, as injuries should be at this point, and player availability, if you will. It's a big part of the conversation. Now, if Florida State impresses against Louisville, the case for playoff inclusion is pretty clear. But if the Seminoles struggle, especially on offense, Corrigan's comments at least make it worth wondering if the committee would look more favorably at a 12-1 Texas or Alabama if either or both teams win convincingly versus a 13-0 Florida State come Sunday. There's a lot on the line. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I gotta love anytime Peter Doocy gets called upon at a White House press conference. Doesn't take a whole heck of a lot to make Karine Jean-Pierre look like a dumbass, but he did it again on Monday when he zoned in on the Biden administration's narrative that the economy's doing great because of Joe Biden. The number one issue Americans are concerned about, according to the polls, is the economy. Those same polls have shown that the Bidenomics message, the Biden administration's attempt to gaslight Americans about the state of the economy, has completely flopped with voters. Whatever Biden's trying to sell, most Americans aren't buying. At the White House press conference briefing, Karine Jean-Pierre claimed the data shows the economy is improving and that households remain in a strong financial position. And for any economic woes that may exist, she blamed Trump. After Jean-Pierre dodged his initial question and regurgitated her trite narrative, Ducey finally had enough and he gave her the facts. Almost 3 years in office, inflation is up over 17% since Biden came here. And you're trying to stay. You're still saying it's Trump's fault, he asked. She claimed in response that inflation is moderating because of the actions that this president has taken, forcing Ducey to highlight the significance of her admission. He said, doesn't that just mean prices are going up slower? They're still high. Facts on the table, Jean-Pierre tried to deny reality. She claimed prices are going down. She pointed to the cost of turkey and gas. She attributed those decreases to the actions that this president has taken. Unfortunately, she did not specify a single action that Biden has taken to drive down the prices. Don't forget, as we well know, the price of turkey decreased compared to last year because we didn't lose nearly as many million turkeys to the bird flu this year. A decrease in the avian influenza and the resulting recovery of the turkey flock are responsible for that decrease. Nothing Biden has done. Now, meanwhile, inflation has improved from the alarming highs we saw last year, but it's still above the Federal Reserve's target rate of 2%, which clearly means, as Ducey pointed out, prices aren't going down, as she claimed. They're simply going up slower today compared to where they were, say, a year ago. But, at what point can you stop saying that the current administration, any economic woes, are the fault of the previous administration? How long can that go? I guess there is no end. Well, good morning, Vic. How's your week going?
Oh, it's going pretty good. Just got a little cold on me earlier today, and I don't know if you got your Christmas lights up or not. Every time I take them out, only half of them work because they got that cheap Chinese lead aluminum and stuff in them. So I just solved the problem. It's like, well, I got a worn out Star Shower. I'll just use it. Forget about because we always get a lot of wind, it seems like. And those icicle lights, they kind of get broke. But other than that, it's going pretty good. But whenever Pappy, what I called about was these activist judges and stuff, and I think what Pappy was trying to think of when you don't show up in court is a default judgment. And in a civil trial, you have the discovery phase, then the actual trial. Well, you have a pre-trial, then you have a trial, then you have a damage phase. And in the discovery phase, there are some attorneys that they ask, like Pappy is saying, totally ridiculous things that really have nothing to do with the case at hand. And I know here in Indiana that they have a law that basically you can refute that and say that it's not material to it and it's burdensome and a whole lot of other things. And sometimes they try to switch attorneys in the middle of the trial. And in Indiana, every court, well, all across the country, they have their local rules and they have their administrative rules. And in Indiana, under Administrative Rule 6, if they switch attorneys, the attorney that's taking over the case is supposed to familiarize themselves completely with the case and not try to go back and start over again. And then, and then after you go to court and you prepare your rebuttal, then the other attorney can file a motion to strike your rebuttal. And the reason I went through all that is that, you know, the Republican Party is in money trouble. Trump can finance his own campaign, or could at one point. And so basically, he doesn't need the Republican Party to finance his campaign. And that bothers the Republican Party because they like to, both the state and the national, they kind of like to support what candidate they want to support, not necessarily the one the people wants to support.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how and the Democrats do the same thing. And that's how we wind up with this uniparty. And right now with Trump, that everything he's going through, it's kind of, I don't understand where his lawyers are, because you're familiar with all these different economic development credits and everything that they give to people. If they'll put a business like in a certain area, I mean, they even give them to the Chinese and everything. Well, Trump got several of those, and usually the way those work, basically, they will just devalue the property down to a level to where they're not really taxed that high. They don't get a direct tax forgiveness. They just make the assessment value so low that that's where the credit comes in. And I don't know how New York does theirs, but I know that's pretty much how here in the Midwest that all the different people do it. So I don't understand where this New York attorney is coming up. Was it Letitia James? Is that she's one on the New York case?
Yes.
Anyway,
yes.
I don't know where she's coming up with that stuff, because obviously, if Trump had tax credits and they said, we're going to value your property at this level so you can get the tax credit, that doesn't have any effect on what that property is actually worth, because I think Trump has 2 casinos in Indiana. He might, and they really wanted him to have a third, but he didn't think the location they wanted it in southern Indiana didn't have that good of roads to it, and he didn't think it would generate that much revenue for him.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well, hold that thought there, Vic, because we got to pause. It's closing out another hour here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance. us or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Hamas released an additional 12 hostages as part of the extended ceasefire with Israel. The temporary pause in fighting was prolonged for an extra 2 days. 30 Palestinian detainees, including 15 women and 15 minor males, are set to be released from Israeli prisons. CIA Director Bill Burns is reportedly in Qatar for discussions with his Israeli and Egyptian counterparts on a potential further extension of the truce. Despite these developments, both sides claim violations of the ceasefire agreement. GOP Congressman Ronnie Jackson is urging President Biden to undergo a cognitive test or withdraw from the presidential race.
You know, look at what's going on right now domestically. I mean, what he's done to our country, and he's not in control. He does not know what's going on.
The former White House physician, a Texas Republican who previously provided President Trump with perfect health scores, expressed concern about the 81-year-old commander-in-chief, suggesting that the situation may be too challenging for him to manage. New York City school officials are preparing for a teacher's return to a Queens high school after pro-Palestinian students rallied inside the building. School's Deputy Chancellor Dan Weisberg says a safety plan is in place at Hillcrest High School in Jamaica after chaos broke out when students discovered a 9th grade teacher who is Jewish posted a pro-Israeli photo on her social media page.
We're going to make sure that teacher is back, doing what she loves, and that she is safe in doing so. And there are already plans being made to make sure she doesn't just come back and is safe, but is welcome.
Officials say the teacher was not near the demonstration, adding it got out of hand because some students took advantage of the chaos. This might be the best bowl game of the year, not because of the teams, but because of the mascot. Whichever team wins the Pop-Tarts Bowl this year gets to eat a giant Pop-Tart. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The groundbreaking debate between California Democratic Governor Gavin Newsom and Florida Republican Governor Ron DeSantis drops this week. The Governor Go-Round is part of a 2-hour Hannity special that will put a spotlight on the two governors' leadership viewpoints in their states. The Los Angeles Times is taking the city of Los Angeles to court. The newspaper filed a petition in order to obtain records of sexual harassment and other alleged misconduct by members of the Los Angeles Fire Department. The paper claims the city is wrongfully withholding public information that should be freely available under the California Public Records Act. Musicians Hall & Oates, in a career of nearly 50 years, now Hall is suing Oates over their catalog. Lance Pry has more.
Musician Daryl Hall's lawsuit against music partner John Oates is exposing the music rights business, something we don't see very often on what actually takes place. The growth of music streaming music, coupled with the increase in licensing opportunities in TV shows, movies, video games, etc., is increasing the value of holding song rights and making them lucrative investments. Hall's lawsuit against Oates is an attempt to stop the sale of some original music rights. Years ago, Hall & Oates sold some of their catalog. Now it appears that Oates recently agreed to sell at least some of his remaining rights. Katy Perry sold her catalog recently for $225 million outright.
Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Good morning to the Carolina Cracker, waving a hand from Brownsville, Texas, where it's 65 degrees. Oh, that must be nice. Headed to Tennessee. Yeah, we'll get ready for a shocker along the way there. Carolina Cracker, who was it earlier that checked in from Athens, Tennessee? It was 21. We've been hanging in there right about 16 degrees. This early Wednesday morning throughout the night. As we get the final hour underway, it's 844-844-3388. All right, camera back. There we go. All right, thanks for hanging in there, Vic. Welcome back. Where did we leave off there?
Okay, I was talking about the civil trials and Trump and everything. And, well, I'll just kind of finish up with that because the Koch brothers, one of them died, maybe both of them have died, and their sons took over or something. But they were big backers of Vice President Pence before he even became vice president. And when Trump ran, if you recall, they said they didn't like it because Trump wasn't discussing what they wanted to discuss. So I don't know what it was they wanted to discuss, or if this pack is taken over.
Did I not hear correctly? Did they not throw their support behind Nikki Haley this week, I think?
Right, yeah. Because she was running out of money. She was just going to kind of, basically, if she didn't get more money, she was gone anyway. So I don't know what their goal is on that or anything, but I just found it interesting that somebody that had backed Vice President Pence, and I would imagine they played a role in getting him on Trump's ticket, and now they're backing somebody else that's against Trump again. So the Indiana politics, well, all of them is kind of strange anyway, because, like I said, the state committee, whether it's Republican or Democrat, they just kind of decide how they're going to spend money. So when you donate, which candidate they're going to spend it on. So when you donate money to the national committee or the state committee or even the regional committee, you don't really know who you're backing. And so I never did give them any money anyway, or I just always gave it directly to a candidate. And one of the I don't know if you gotten a scam call where they say, "Will you donate to this and this charity so we can donate it to certain politicians that will back our cause?" I don't know if you've gotten any of those or not, but I said, I just tell them, you got to be kidding me, and go on. But the other thing I was going to talk about was here in Indiana, they kind of they're obsessed with this abortion stuff, and like a guy said today, the Republicans just need to declare victory on that. We got Roe v. Wade overturned. It went back to the state, and that's it. It's over and done, because it even affected a mayor election here in Indianapolis because they trotted that abortion thing out. And it's like, what does that have to do with city government? But that's how much that the Democrats want to use that abortion issue. And they have some other problems they need to look closer at, because, with all this child abuse and child trafficking and everything else, the judge now that is over this Delphi murder case, she's decided she wanted to get rid of the 2 attorneys that were representing the accused. And I don't know exactly what that's all about, because the accused, this Allen guy, he wants the attorneys, but she claimed the attorneys aren't acting properly because somebody got some confidential information or something and posted it. And it's like, well, it's a public trial. You're not supposed to be concealing evidence in a public trial. That's one of the parts of it. So anyway, the deal is that before all this happened, you remember Gerald Vogel with Subway, and he had somebody over his foundation, and this is all public information, so I won't get you in any trouble, Steve. There's Russell and Nancy Taylor, and you talk about some weirdos. They were weirdos par excellence, because they would hold sex parties and all this other stuff. And then the FBI finally goes in and raids the Gerald's house because of a radio host from, I think she was from Florida. She wouldn't shut up about it. And finally they go in and raid it. And they carry all this information out, and suddenly nobody knows anything. Have all these emails and everything else, and it just kind of drops off. And then the FBI agent in charge retires, goes to Oklahoma, hacks into a poor guy down in Kentucky, his phone, and they find out that FBI agent in charge, he was a pedophile himself, or into that child pornography. And then this week, did you see where they found out the guy in the Defense Department over the education has also been guilty of child pornography? Have you seen that?
I didn't. I've not seen that. No, sir.
Right. So that kind of got everybody. So I don't know what they're hiding or anything else, but they have bigger problems than worrying about abortion, and the science on abortion is so far. It's so much greater now, and like the guy says, the Republicans need to just understand. Don't let the Democrats make that an issue. And like I say, this judge that on those Delphi murder case, I don't know what her deal is, but she's trying to control everything. And that's why I was saying that these activist judges, they're basically trying to make up the law as they go. And that summary judgment deal, or a bench trial, that allows them to do that. They can say, well, I believe this or that. And then in Indiana, I don't really understand how it works, but all these attorneys can get together and go to the state Supreme Court, and the state Supreme Court can then establish a law. I don't know if that's part of the Emergency Powers Act or not, but that's how we got the emergency power things that the governor had. That's how we wound up with all these mail-in ballots and emergencies and everything else, and the whole debacle we had in 2020.
We have to manufacture some sort of new emergency between now and a few months before the election, so we can do that again. Because those emergency powers are now gone. Pandemic over. Yeah, we've got to find some way. We know that the mail-in ballots can sway an election big time. Hey, Knucklebuster forwarded to me, I guess this is kind of a breaking news from Tokyo. Japan's Coast Guard has found a person and debris in the ocean where a U.S. military Osprey aircraft carrying 8 crashed Wednesday off of southern Japan. Cause of the crash, status of the individual and the others on the aircraft not immediately known, according to a Coast Guard spokesperson. Coast Guard received an emergency call from a fishing boat near the crash site. Coast Guard aircraft and patrol boats found one person whose condition was not immediately known and gray-colored debris believed to be from the aircraft. Of course, the Osprey, the hybrid that takes off and lands like a helicopter, but during flight can rotate the propellers forward and cruise much faster like an airplane. Versions of the aircraft flown by the U.S. Marine Corps, Navy, as well as the Air Force. Agawa said the aircraft had departed from the U.S. Marine Corps station Iwakuni and crashed on its way to Kadena Air Base in Okinawa. The Osprey apparently attempted to make an emergency landing at the Yukushima airport before crashing. U.S. and Japanese officials said the aircraft belonged to Yokota Air Base in western Tokyo. U.S. Air Force officials at Yokota said they're still confirming information, no immediate comment. Of course, a U.S. Marine Corps Osprey with 23 Marines aboard crashed on a North Australian island back in August, killing at least 3, critically injured at least 5 during a multinational training exercise. Ospreys have kind of a history of incidents, at least 5 fatal crashes of Marine Ospreys since 2012, causing at least a total of at least 19 fatalities. So again, whatever time of day it is, other side of the world, it's Wednesday. It's early Wednesday, a little after 4 o'clock a.m. Eastern Time this Wednesday morning. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, kind of funny how often we talk about in the political realm how politicians may support this company or that company, legislation that may impact said companies, and how they may actually financially benefit based on their decisions. Here's a prime example. The electric bus and battery company, Proterra, a company that President Biden actually touted as a success of his green energy initiative. Filed for bankruptcy in August. Well, last week it was finally sold at a rock-bottom price as part of the bankruptcy proceeding. The rise and fall of Proterra demonstrates once again that politicians should refrain from betting taxpayers' money on business ventures to advance their political agenda. According to the Wall Street Journal, Proterra has sold only 550 electric transit buses since its founding in 2004. Most of those sales were underwritten by government agencies with federal grants. Proterra's electric buses, plagued with mechanical defects and other performance issues, limited range, long charging times. Besides government subsidies, the company only survived as long as it had due to powerful political connections. Former Michigan Governor Jennifer Granholm, Biden's energy secretary, served on the board. Despite all the quality issues of the electric buses, Proterra went public in January of 2021, raised $650 million, more than 3 times its annual revenue. A month after the company's IPO, Biden actually tapped Granholm as his energy secretary. Proterra's political connection to the Biden administration paid off in many ways. April of 21, Biden actually took a virtual tour of a Proterra facility to promote his infrastructure plan. That proposal included $6.5 billion in grants to help replace diesel-powered school buses and transit buses with electric buses. During the tour, Biden lauded Proterra for getting us in the game. He predicted Proterra and other electric vehicle companies would end up owning the future. Then last year's Inflation Reduction Act, further enriching Proterra's coffer. The law had little to do with reducing inflation, as we know, but it gave massive government handouts to the green energy sector. For instance, IRA includes a $40,000 per vehicle tax credit for purchasing electric commercial vehicles and an additional tax credit for electric vehicle batteries. In other words, long story short, backed up by Biden, buried by Biden. Excessive government spending under Biden has sparked high inflation rates, last seen in the 70s. To bring down inflation rates, the Federal Reserve has aggressively raised interest rates. Higher rates increased production and operational costs for many companies. Legendary investor Warren Buffett famously said, "Only when the tide goes out do you learn who's been swimming naked." Proterra was one of those companies that had been caught swimming naked in this new environment. The company struggled because it had difficulty passing the rising cost on to the existing customers, since most were government agencies with little budget flexibility. Nor could they outsource their production overseas or import components at lower cost, receiving government grants. Those come with strings attached. One requirement is that companies like Proterra must produce at least 70% of their EV components in America. They couldn't afford to cut the prices of their EVs to drum up sales. Finally, they filed for bankruptcy in August. Government subsidies could not offset the financial pressure of rising inflation, higher interest rates, and falling sales. Well, last week, a Swedish automobile manufacturer, none other than Volvo, bought Proterra's battery business for $210 million. What a deal, considering Proterra was valued at $1.6 billion 1 year ago. Oh, another party who got an excellent deal was none other than Jennifer Granholm, the energy secretary. She sold her Proterra shares for $1.6 million last year. Now, those shares would have been worth nothing if she had held on to her Proterra shares until this August. The biggest loser in the whole saga is the American taxpayer. It's 24 past the hour. Our number, 844-844-3388. See who we got on board here. Knucklebuster. Hey there.
Hey. Well, when I got away from that fire, it got cold. I'm already down here in Birmingham, and it's already down in the mid-20s, so I ain't driving back up there to get warmed up to that fire anyway.
Right. Don't blame
you. A little college. What, Steve?
I said I don't blame you. Go ahead. Talk a little college football.
Georgia and Alabama both had different paths getting to the SEC game. But here's the thing about Nick Saban, Steve. This is a revenge game for Alabama. And Nick Saban is the most revenge coach you could have. He usually wins by 2 touchdowns in a revenge game. So that'd be I bet Brother Rambler is just real proud of that, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's won more revenge games than any other coach in SEC history. There's only 2 people that have beat him back to back. Hugh Freeze was one. I don't forgot who the other one is. But it ain't Kirby Smart. Kirby Smart's not going to get 2 in a row, but we'll see what happens there. Well, it's going to – I don't know about Washington and Oregon. If Oregon winds up beating Washington, then it'll be they'll move on up. I don't know about Ohio State, but that's a lot of jumping around to do. But, every year in them championship games, somebody loses, right?
Absolutely. Well, either or. One loser is going to be Oregon or Washington. There's one for sure. You're actually thinking Alabama may upset Georgia then?
Well, they got it at 48, 49 to 50, 51, something like that. That was the odds. They're thinking Georgia's going to win. I don't know. We just made the best team win. That's all I can tell you. And you tell that movie any given Sunday, or it could be Saturday, whatever damn day of the week they play on there, right?
Mm-hmm.
I do want to go ahead and welcome Big Ed to the SEC after this year. So, and Mississippi State has hired Oklahoma's offensive coordinator, Jeff Levy. I guess that's how you pronounce his name. To be their new head coach. So, and Steve, I read that Kim Kardashian's push-up bra has fake nipples sewed into them. See, I told you them puppies wasn't for real, right?
Yeah. Okay.
They got fake nipples inside that bra, just so you'll be looking at them, right?
Gives you the visual impression that she's braless, in other words.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Got the headlights on, right? Well, that old girl, Elizabeth Hurley, she's done put some more swim pictures out there, and that's one of my favorite models there. So, hold on. I'm slamming around these curves. Well, enough of all that. Have a great morning. I'm jumping around these curves down here in Birmingham.
All right. Pay attention. Right. Both hands on the wheel. Pay attention, right? Yeah, we want you to be able to call back tomorrow night, right? All right. News break time. What do we got? It's 844-844-3388. A couple of other industry headlines we'll get to coming up here as we roll into a hump day.
USA News Update. Missile fired from a rebel-controlled area in Yemen towards a Navy warship, the USS Mason, were not intended for the vessel. That's according to Pentagon Press Secretary Pat Ryder.
The vessels were not the intended targets. That said, I can't speak for what the intended target was.
The U.S. is committed to protecting its forces and will take necessary measures. The incident follows numerous attacks on U.S. entities in the region amid the Israel-Hamas conflict. For the first time in 3 months, Americans are expressing increased optimism about the economy. The Consumer Confidence Index from the Conference Board experienced a 3-point rise in November. However, a lower number of consumers are planning to make significant purchases, such as homes and automobiles, in the next 6 months, largely due to high interest rates. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention! This is a public notice from the Social Security Disability Helpline. If you're one of the millions of Americans who are disabled and unable to work, you may be eligible for disability benefits from Social Security. Receiving benefits is your right. If you suffer from physical or mental disability, whether you're applying for the first time or you've already been denied, we can help. We'll evaluate your situation and deal with Social Security on your behalf. Best of all, there's no fee until you receive your benefits. Remember, we only get paid if you win your case. There are many reasons and conditions that may make you eligible for disability benefits. Many of them you may not be aware of. So if you're disabled and unable to work, call now to get started with your free, no-obligation consultation.
800-362-9337. 800-362-9337. That's 800-362-9337.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, here's the rest of the scoop on Nikki Haley. I don't know. I guess some of the Koch network thinks she actually has a chance of actually beating Trump in the primary. The conservative-leaning Political Action Committee backed by the Koch network, a.k.a. the Koch brothers, not Coca-Cola, is endorsing Nikki Haley for the Republican nomination. It is the Americans for Prosperity Super PAC. They say Nikki's best position to beat Trump in the primary election and Biden in the general. In a letter addressed to grassroots leaders, activists, interested parties, Americans for Prosperity Action says they're throwing their support behind the former South Carolina governor and United Nations ambassador. Statement says the Republican Party has been choosing bad candidates who are going against America's core principles, and the Democrats are responding with what it calls extreme policies. AFP said they believe nearly 3/4 of Republican voters are ready to move on from Trump, despite the former president leading among Republicans by a wide margin in both the national and the key primary state polls. Either way, the AFP statement notes that Haley has moved into second place in multiple polls and promises to spend on new mail, television, and online ads to back her. Now, it kind of goes into what Vic was saying. She was about out of juice, right? About out of jack. So they're just injecting more money. I would say they're throwing good money after bad. It's not going anywhere, but we'll see how it pans out in the world of politics, right? But I do recall the Koch brothers were not behind Trump back in 2016, right? Hello, Truck and Phil. What do you got going on? Happy Wednesday. Coffee up. Morning, Mr. Summers in the Hot Shot Secret Nation. What do we got? 40 in Fort Wayne, 36 Sterling Heights today as we get ready to do it again. Fort Wayne to Sterling Heights and back again. 26 days until Christmas. Say it isn't so. Is it really that close? I guess it is. Well, we're 29th of November. Hey there, Steve in Columbus. Out there listening in just about halfway point for another week. Looking forward to those much-needed 2 days off. We're at a cool 15 degrees this morning here, Central Ohio. Lucky our shop foreman starts the trucks for us before we arrive, so they're nice and toasty. Let's see what we can get into today. Everybody enjoy. All right, yeah, that's nice. Somebody got nothing like getting in a 15-degree cold truck and having no gloves on, trying to grab that frozen steering wheel, right? Hey, one of those scenarios where you say, man, I wish I had a whole bunch of that stock in my portfolio a couple of days ago, because a lot of folks who did are pretty much smiling right about now. This is under the trucking headlines, the acquisition of the publicly held tanker carrier Patriot Transportation Holding by privately held United Petroleum Transports gave a big boost to Patriot shareholders, whose stock prior to the merger announcement wasn't even at the company's book value. In their second quarter earnings call back in May, Patriot chief financial officer said the book value of tanker carrier Patriot was $9.70 a share. He and the CEO then corrected that figure to $9.58 a share. But on October 31, the day before the deal was announced, Patriot Transportation closed at $7.63 a share. It shot up to $15.81 a day later when the deal was announced that United would acquire Patriot at $16.26 per share. Now, the price of Patriot on the NASDAQ has not yet reached that level since the deal was announced. That's the $16.26. But if you had Yeah, to pile the shares at 763, and the next day it hit 1581. The prepared statement said the deal is expected to close in early 2024. According to the 8K report filed by Patriot in connection with the acquisition by United, Patriot management has the ability to seek a better deal through this Friday. However, there is a $1.86 million termination fee. Anyway, Patriot conducts its business through a wholly owned subsidiary, Florida Rock and Tank Lines. Hauling petroleum is their primary business, and they mostly use company drivers, according to that 8K filing. All right, we'll let Sundance in. He wanted to talk a little Alabama football. What's your take on college football this weekend?
Well, I live in Alabama. Alabama fan. I won't make a wager with you. Alabama's going to beat Georgia.
Oh, yeah?
Then we're going to be in the playoffs. And if I lose this bet, I will not call in for a month. You won't take that one. But if I do win, Alabama does win, then you get to let me say goodbye at the end of our conversations from now on.
Oh, rather than just saying I don't have anything to do with you this morning?
Yeah. say, all right, Mr. Sundance, you can say goodbye now, and then I'll say, okay, goodbye. We'll do it like that.
That sounds like a friendly enough way. That sounds like a friendly enough way. So I'm taking Georgia, and you're taking
if you want them,
and you're taking Alabama. Well, we can't both take the same team, so I guess
I've got Alabama.
I got to take Georgia.
Right. I've got Alabama.
Okay.
Yeah. You lived in Georgia. You got some roots over there. So
yeah, I mean, my wife's sister down there who lives in Northwest Georgia is actually she's a big Alabama fan. She's all about the Roll Tide thing.
Well, it's spreading everywhere. It's coast to coast. I mean, there's Alabama stuff everywhere. I mean, when you have a coach that has a play called 4th and 31 to win the game, you got a good coach, because he said he had that play ready for the win against Auburn the other day.
Is that right?
After the game.
Well, how did
we got that play? Yeah. He said.
How did they end up with the quarterback end up with so much time? Was that by design that Auburn didn't really want to rush? They were they making sure somebody was on everybody, trying to make sure they didn't get a pass, or what?
Yeah. Yep. I think they rushed 3. But then one of them didn't even. He was playing like center field, not even rushing against the center. Him and the center was out the nose. They were out there dancing with each other. I mean, he was like he was going to block a pass that's 40 yards down. I don't know what he was doing, but they rushed 3, 2 actually rushed. They had everybody back, but when you got a 4th down and 31, you some bad mama jamma. And then they took a touchdown away from us. I don't understand what happened there, at the end. We had he intercepted pick 6, and then all of a sudden they took the points off the board. I don't know. So,
well, that'll make it even a little more interesting for me to tune into the Alabama-Georgia game this weekend. All right.
All right, and some of your listeners too. Now, Rambler might be in a state of shock. He'd be rooting for Alabama, but then he don't want me to win the bet. So.
he does. Well, I mean, I can still cut our conversation short, though. All right, as long as I say, "All right, Mr. Sundance, it's time to say goodbye."
Well, I won't call. I won't. Yeah, but I won't call in for a month if Alabama loses.
All right. Well, if I have a slow night and I start begging for calls, I might have to say, Sundance, where the hell are you?
Oh, well, hey, I'll be here for you. I'm there for you.
All right, there you go.
Put up that signal. All right, man.
Have a good morning. All right, a little friendly wager. What do you think? Who you pulling for? Hey, Mike, what? There he is.
What day is it? What day is it, Your Honor?
What did
Can we
I
still do it? Do we have time?
What the hell did I catch you doing? Listening to a little. I mean, that was what was his name? Fire and Rain. Little. We heard music.
I was out of the truck there for a little bit.
James Taylor's was on the first time we picked up, and I came back, and I don't remember what song was on, but obviously you were out of the truck.
Yeah. So anyways, I have figured that I had Facebook on here, and Facebook is probably twice as loud as the Android app. The Android app, I'm to the point that I can barely hear it going down the road. I got to really struggle to listen to it.
I got several emails about it yesterday morning. I forwarded both of them to Josh. I think he's out right now. I mean, he had so much vacation time to use up before, Thanksgiving into the end of the year. But I forwarded both of those emails I got yesterday morning. Forget who all that was.
Yeah.
One of them was from Scenic Route. I got you.
Yeah.
He said he uses his earpiece already. He said even the noise of the tractor, he can't even hear the program in his earpiece. So. Yep. I mean,
wow. That's
Josh. Yeah. I mean, he came into the studio and we got. I mean, all the audio and everything else looks great. It's I don't know what feeds the app, but that needs to be boosted up.
Yeah, absolutely. And I haven't checked the Apple one, the iPhone, so I'm not sure whereabouts that's at. But definitely the Android app is way low. So anyways, since that's on the tablet and the tablet goes to the truck radio, when the tablet goes away from the truck radio, then the radio reverts back to whatever's on the radio there. So that's why that went that way. So it reverts back to the other channels. So anyways, you're talking about those specialty plays in that. Those specialty plays, I believe in football that everybody says, the fourth and
31.
All that. Yeah, 30. So I think that's as much as like what Harry said to Cole Trickle there when he was trying to get that last pass in there and told him he put a special pair of matched tires on the car and to hold it wide open up against the wall because it'll stick. It's just the way the play goes and a little bit of confidence building. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if there's anything special about it at all or not. But you remember in Days of Thunder what happened when Cole Trickle got back into the pits after winning the race, right?
Yep.
He checked about that special pair of matched tires. Yeah, there was no. So.
Well, I believe everybody has a 4th and 31 play in the book. I mean, every coach has. It's called the Hail Mary, and it's the Hail Mary.
Exactly.
Even see if somebody can come down with it.
And the Jets tried that on Thanksgiving. They got the interception with 2 seconds to go, and they're going to throw the Hail Mary to the end zone and score a touchdown and be ahead of the Dolphins. And don't the Dolphins intercept the ball and run it back 99 yards to score a touchdown on? That worked out well. But anyways, I don't know. So what do we got here? We're riding around the nation's capital with stars out in the sky there, right? I'm gonna almost get close enough to stick my hand out the window and wave to the blind man, but I'm gonna make a turn before that. And at 27 degrees and doing 55 miles an hour on the Capitol Beltway, I don't think I'm gonna stick my hand out the window this morning. How about it? But as I say, it's 27 here, so it's freezing at the nation's capital. Apparently we didn't have enough release of hot air yesterday to keep it above freezing here. So, anyways, but other than that, that's kind of what we got going for you there. Just wanted to check in and let you know about that. So anytime I try to do something with my tablet, the show turns off because it goes back to the Facebook app goes back in the background and then it don't keep playing anymore. It's got to have the Facebook open to be able to play. I don't know. Way above my pay grade. I just try to make it work.
Very good. All right. Hopefully.
Other than that, I guess we'll see if you can do.
Yep. Hopefully,
find an intelligent caller to finish the show.
Oh, that would be Mr. Crow, I guess. But yeah, hopefully we can get that app bumped up ASAP, right? All right, and what do we got? About 10 before the hour, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I think you said something about finding an intelligent caller, so I don't know. Hey, Scarecrow!
Boy, that's a challenge now, Steve. You put me on the spot. So now we're going to make Sundance trivia to the bat signal.
Right? Oh, boy.
We are an interesting group here now, aren't we? Steve, last night, on a serious note here, you were talking that AT&T app or whatever, that kind of a spyware type arrangement.
The whole database.
That's
correct.
That's really not so far off already from most of us, at least with the iPhones. There's constant spying going on with our conversations, at home the way it is. How many times have you had, callers talk about, they'll be discussing something at home, and just within minutes, here comes ads on, I suppose Amazon or whatever, for an item that you were personally talking about. I mean, is that not a version of spyware right there? I guess I am wondering now, who is Apple responsible for that? Is Amazon, and I'm only bringing Amazon up because particular items per se, but you would have to think that Apple is also in the mix on this. Well, you got to call it eavesdropping.
Mm-hmm.
So is it that far from this business that you were talking about with AT&T? I don't think so. No, it's all around us, and it's there to stay. Freedom of or freedom from buying, eavesdropping, whatever I'm looking for. But no, we're all becoming accustomed to it already here. Steve, I sent you a picture last night. I'll bring you back in tune. For about the last 40 years, my brother has given my mom a nutcracker, for Christmas. In various forms. No two are alike.
Yes.
Well, one of my boys. No, it's straight laced here now.
Oh, I know. I think you were taking care of business, and I I pulled up even more on that story, and I brought it up. I'm going to put that on my wish list.
Well, there you go. Okay, I don't have to spell it out. When I saw that Skullbuster bottle, and I might as well spread it out for everybody. Instead of a nutcracker, guys, girls, it's a bottle cap opener that looks like a nutcracker.
And it's a Miller Lite. It's Miller Lite, though.
Now, how Steve is with his Skullbusters, well, that image was of a Skullbuster being opened by this nutcracker. And I think there was a can also, wasn't there? I never pursued it. I just shared the picture, Steve.
Yeah,
I didn't go to the website.
The little hat on the nutcracker, you can remove the hat and it will open up a bottle or the can, like the tab opener, either one. Multitask.
Okay.
And I think that the mouth of the nutcracker can be used as a bottle opener as well.
Okay, all right. Well, either way, yeah, I figured once you get a whimsical of that, that's going to be on your wish list there. That might even be a seasonal prop on the overnight drive program there. And then one last thing there, Steve. Last night, Rambler, he went on about that turkey that he had prepped. Now, you would think this was a family well-kept secret, the way he went on about these ingredients and the prepping and everything that was involved with that. All but, every recipe has a secret ingredient, and he did not fess up to that. So my thoughts are, Steve, every bird, every breast needs basting. And am I not true?
That's true, yes. Yes.
If you're doing more than one bird, you're probably basting breasts, plural. So I guess I have to question. Maybe Rambler, he can answer this. It'll probably have to be tomorrow now. But was the basting of the breast, is that the secret family ingredient? That's all I have there.
Well, and you also
again tomorrow.
You sent me a photograph on Thanksgiving of a turkey baster. I'd like to purchase one of those if you know where I can get one.
I don't know if that's legal or not.
We'll leave it at that. Yeah, she was a pretty good-looking turkey baster, if you know what I mean. Yeah, leave it at that. All right, we'll close things out there real quick. Like a reminder, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, and anything that's going to be sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. Sta-Bil Storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. Store that engine the right way with Sta-Bil. So there you go. There's our Hump Day morning edition. Come back at the midnight hour tonight, Eastern Time, and we'll kick off our Thursday edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. See you then.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I